Well, hello everybody, and darters alike. We're back in the action here. First time of the tour in Pennsylvania for the Pittsburgh BullShooter. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon in the commentary booth here. Excited to be looking at a great match of Johnny Lackey versus Mike Porterfield.
Yes, excited to get this one started. Mike, everybody may remember from a good comeback win in South Carolina against Doug Boehm. So he's already got his spot in the BullShooter Invitational. But and I think Johnny does too. Actually, I think him and Derek Hinkle won the doubles down in Texas. So a couple of guys with a free ride in terms of the invitation.
Yeah, exactly. And they put on some stellar performances, but they're going to want to take this as a good training regimen, right? I mean, we're talking at our biggest pro bracket we've ever had at 108 entries. Nearly a full bracket on the pro side here. You're going to have top level competition through and through every single match. And these guys are paying to have a great training lesson, maybe get some money and some plaque on there because they already got the ticket booked, like you said.
Well, this is the event that everybody came to win. At least that's how it always or how I always looked at tournaments. The pardon me. The singles title, whether or not there's any juice added to it for a BullShooter Invitational invite or any of that, this is what everybody came to win. So. Regardless of these guys being on a free roll, I think it just takes a little bit off of their shoulders, so they can improve just or show off just that much more.
Right now, Porterfield's definitely showing off, and I don't think he's just doing it for Mark Bond in chat. There is a 4-3-3, well ahead, taking advantage of winning his diddle. This is just a best of three on the winner's side because of the number of entries. So best of three winners, best of three losers, which is going to be important to note here.
Yeah, shorter format with this many people than these pros are used to playing, and we do have quite a few that have been to a couple of regionals at this point. So excited to see who comes out on top and gets to the later stages, especially on that winners bracket side. That's going to be the important part here, staying on that winners bracket side for as long as possible.
Yeah, you don't want to take an early exit into the loser side because it's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll if you do that.
Yeah, if you think about a normal trek through a loser's bracket, you may have to win 5 or 6 matches on the winner side, and you're looking at 10 to 13 on the loser side, depending on how early you head over that way.
Yeah, with so many bombs in the bracket with high level talent, I mean, you're gonna have a hard time winning 10 or 13 matches regardless of position. So you want to best increase your odds if you can. Johnny Lackey to start this one off here, just getting those 20s closed to get off the second leg.
Yeah, Porterfield coming up with a couple of multi-triple turns there in that last leg. So didn't feel safe, but he's going to follow with 3 as well.
I saw Mike Porterfield when he came in, and the running joke between him and I is when we're together, I'm Mike Porterfield, and that's Nick Teixeira. So I went up to him, I said, "Hey, Nick, how's it going?" And he just immediately was snapped right back into character there. So interesting to see that he has his Nick Teixeira mentality on. Might be bad for his darts, but good for the laughter.
How did that start?
It's because I signed up for fake names and blind draws whenever I go to them, especially at the BullShooter Tour. And at one point, someone found out that I was not, in fact, LJ in the New York blind draw. And instead, so I was like, "Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm actually Mike Porterfield." And I just started going by that for the rest of the evening. The best part is he started introducing himself as Nick to everyone. It was phenomenal, except a lot more people know him than me. Oh, great 6 mark there for Mike Porterfield.
Johnny transferred that pressure to Mike. Just giving himself a little breathing room here.
Yeah, a little breathing room goes a long way when both these guys are hanging in the fours on the 13-inch board. Huge last start there for Porterfield. Needed that one to connect. Not give too much advantage to Dr. Handsome Johnny Lackey. Now it gives Johnny some options here if he wants to get that second house open, go for an aggressive close. He has a couple different options in his arsenal here.
Continues to keep Mike at arm's length. Also, want to mention to everybody, we've got a couple of different elements to the stream. We're using a different I don't know, voice capture for the remote element, and then they sent me a new headset for DJ and I. So DJ and I will both have the same hardware that we're trying to work with, trying to get this a little bit more consistent in terms of our production.
It just making some much needed changes, trying to update and make sure we're hanging with all the cool streaming kids and what they got going on here. And of course, that's going to be some growing pains. So if you guys notice something wrong, just let us know and we'll try our best. But excited. I think it's going to be a good weekend at darts, regardless of any microphone issues or not. Although right now, I mean, with that new headset, you're coming in crystal, my friend.
It feels right. It feels right. I'm not used to being able to also hear as well as I do with the actual headset on. It's usually speakers and then a more of a room microphone. So it's a little bit different of a feel. But I still got the Facebook feed and the live feed or my direct feed up. So when I start talking 3 to 6 darts behind, just remind me to look at the right feed.
Yeah, absolutely will do. Johnny Lackey here had some massive advantage earlier, but Mike Porterfield has just been clawing his way back and really owning that 18. Johnny's going to have to stay down, and Porterfield will more than likely get a close on the 17 here, can really make Johnny hurt.
And that's what Porterfield does. So great time in the leg to take that advantage. Johnny going to have to show us something on the corners. Start to bring this back, and it's not going to happen. At least not this time. At least not on the 16s.
Mike's not going to waste any time here. Really looking sharp early on here, and Johnny's also looking sharp. But when we're starting to get to these higher rounds in the game 1 and game 2, it really is just showing that Porterfield has some real consistency on his side.
Well, 4-7, 4-5-8 on this board is going to be extremely tough to beat. 3-7-5 is above average for sure, but just not able to compete.
Yeah, and that's saying a lot. I mean, there's a couple of guys here where you're gonna be like, yeah, these guys can put up those averages, but I mean, there's just so many guys in a row that can put up averages like this. It's gonna be tough to see. And you're right, that 4-5, if you can hold that, you're gonna be a favorite in any match you're in.
Well, and to do it out the gate, that's also impressive. It's all doing it at first event on Friday is almost as impressive as doing it Sunday morning.
Yeah. The true hardest challenge in darts.
Yeah,
Sunday morning
Sunday,
darts.
Sunday morning darts. That is that's where you the separate the mice from men. So I don't even think there's enough bullseyes on the board to turn this around for Dr. Handsome.
Yeah, it's gonna be unfortunate early first round matchup for him, as looks like he will be going to the loser side, barring. Yep, there we go. So does get the bull for Mike Porterfield there. Some respect between these guys, but hey, not out of the mix yet. Just because the first round exit, just because it's going to be a long way to the top, does not mean that he's out of the running here. As we have a pretty full room over here with everybody hanging out and taking some looks of what we got going on over here. You can see a big crowd of people watching, seeing what's going on. Austin Braswell kind of just slouching over there in the red hoodie. Don't mind him. But lots of great matches coming our way. I believe coming up next, Vincent Baran and Billy Gregory coming up to the board here shortly. So we'll kind of take a look at some of the sideboards and action on the side here. And we'll get you guys the action as soon as it's ready for you in just a moment. What do you say, Gordon?
Sounds good. Red Eye Rhino jersey. How about that? That's a throwback.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a throwback, huh?
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more darts.
Alrighty, well, here we go, everyone. We are back in the action, ready for a great match here as we got Vince Barron and Billy the Kid going at each other, Billy Gagery. Vince, to start us off here, of course, I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon once again in the commentary booth for what should be an enticing affair once again.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with either of these guys. As always, they look familiar. But we'll see just what kind of firepower these guys are dealing with. 5-mark start is nothing to sneeze at here from Vince if he can keep that rolling.
Yeah, certainly agree there. Yeah, he is rocking that Dead Center Darts jersey, so that's that Rochester, New York area where like Johnny Lee and all them and Jonathan Long have their shop over there. So I would presume he's probably from that area. Guys, just took a look at the chat here. Do not click any links in chat unless they are sent from us. If you see any links in chat, do not click them unless they are posted by us. As seems like there's some people posting some fishy stuff in there.
Yeah, if I need you to buy some sunglasses, it'll be directly from Gordon Dixon in the chat.
Directly from the trench coat pocket.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I won't be remote. I'll bring the whole store with me.
There you go. So far, Vince, although a little bit of a slow turn there, does do what he needs to get done. Has that 20s still in his pocket and got the 19s out of the way. So, I mean, when you're with these guys, I mean, these guys both came off a first round. Or no, sorry, Vinny did win over Olivia 2-0. Billy did come off a bye, though, so I wonder if he's having a little bit of first-round blues, so to say.
Oh, Olivia Simzak. I was wondering if that's who you were referring to.
Are you familiar?
Yeah. Young woman. Maybe 17. 18 at the oldest, I would think. I'm probably putting her too old. But I think she won the women's in Florida.
Oh, there you go.
Which is no slouch. I can't remember if it's this year or last year. But yeah, excellent young female player from Ohio.
I'm excited. I've been having fun watching some of these new females on the scene that have been making some great runs. The Lysak family, of course. Lane Lysak was doing some good runs on her stream as well. It's always fun to see these different personalities play.
Yeah, it's been said before, but the Lysak's just a wonderful darting family in general.
Notable exclusion of darting families in Pennsylvania, that a family that normally tends it, is the Mears family. No Kelly Mears, Tyler Mears, or Mark Mears.
Kelly Money Mears is missing.
Yeah, unfortunately, but fortunately for my liver, they're missing.
She hates when I call her Kelly Money Mears.
I think she just hates what she's talked about publicly. Let's be honest.
That, you know what? I'm gonna take it less personally, and that's what I'm gonna go with.
Yeah, there we go.
So Vince again, just playing safe. 3 to close. It's really all that's needed. Billy needs to show he can put in a couple of big marks here, and that's a good start. Is able to take the point lead.
And finally getting out in front. This will be his first time with advantage in this match. So he could potentially have a big opportunity here. I mean, it would be a big ask for the 6 mark, but if you can hit it, get rid of that high ground, you'd certainly be feeling happy with himself if he can.
Well, and this is one of the dangers of kind of playing that close game and not being a little bit more aggressive. It does open you up to big shots. Billy not even going to take a a whack at it. I don't. Probably would have thrown one up at that 20. I don't know that another 16 actually does a whole lot to the shot here.
Yeah, it adds an extra 20 that you have to throw, but I agree with you there. You have to take the opportunity when you're playing 20s versus 16s or 15s. I mean, you're in a losing battle, so if you ever get that point lead, you got to take the swing. Although this turn a little bit more of an easier approach for him, so maybe he was just thinking ahead.
So Billy should have two at the treble 20. Now he's got to switch. There's one at it. Should stay up there. Stays back down. But does transfer the pressure. Vince can get the point lead with three fats.
Yeah, just needs to stay true. Those are both kind of hanging over. He's going to have to just go for a big single on that last.
Yeah, that last one was a nice, big, fat, safe one.
A much needed one. You don't want to lose with this level of advantage. But Billy's just been getting better as this match has gone on, as his average has gone up throughout. And then I jinxed him.
Talked him right out of those 16s, didn't you?
Apparently. I told him to take out the headphones of the live stream beforehand.
So Vince with a chance to recapture the lead here. And I like this. He's got the 20. No need for him to throw those hero darts down at the 16 unless he's got a good position on it.
Billy's taking a moment to get the composure here. That's a good last dart. Jay in chat saying he hasn't missed a field goal all year, and he missed it.
Oh, interesting spot. Of all the places that Vince decides to chuck one down at the 16s, don't know if that was the spot.
Yeah, if you have the 20s, especially on the 13-inch board, your goal is to make sure your opponent never gets a swing at it. You can play extra conservative. It's on the onus of the other player that does not have the 20s to take those swings. You can take your time with that. You don't want to put yourself in precarious positions.
Yeah, I like the third there from Billy because he did seem to have a beat on that treble 16, but every time he leaves Vince alone with this 20, there's going to be another opportunity to get buried in points. Not saying he's going to do it every time, but it's always the risk you run.
Yeah, certainly is a risk for sure. Winner of this match will play either Austin Braswell or Bob Walton in the third round there.
Bob Walton, a Pittsburgh staple in the dart community.
Billy's going to need another big turn here to close that gap. He's kept himself in the running so far, keeping his average just ahead of his opponents. But again, it's that small number versus big number situation. That's what's really been killing him here.
Yeah, Billy trying to place it. It doesn't feel like he's quite as crisp on the throw just yet. Again, I don't know Billy much at all, but just doesn't look like he's got the pop on his throw. Vince taking the opportunity to plug in a couple of 16s. Would have loved to have closed it there.
Great last start there from Billy. Although with that X, again, it's a 2-mark round now for Vince. Now Vince can shoot at any point here once he gets that lead. Goes right at it first, and again, I don't necessarily agree with that. Does get it on the last, though. So bare minimum there, and leaves an opportunity for potential 7-mark on the way back, or, well, really a 6-mark. 4 15s and a shot at the 20s is Billy shot here.
Yeah, Billy's inconsistency here, just coming down the stretch, really what's getting him. Good last, though, is able to take the point lead. And this should be a ton 80 all day long from Vince.
He does stay up there for all 3. But again, with just the 2-mark, that's not really enough here. Billy has shown that he can hit these triples. I wonder if a part of him psyching himself out a little bit when he's trying to throw these out. He's just not getting him on the first dart. That's what's been killing him. He's been having to use some marker darts to get into that bed.
And again, a good find on the third. Vince going to need 2 20s to get a shot at that 15, but again, should not even be thinking about that. Little unlucky there, top wire for a couple of them.
Yeah, single 15 does tie it now after that unlucky round from Vince. This would be very interesting. Needs to make sure this first dart stays within the bed. And you can't throw it high like that. You want to make sure you have the shot for the 3-mark.
Yeah, I would have loved to have known if Billy would have taken that shot. He absolutely should have, but been interesting to see if he was willing to hit the 2 mark on the 20. But now Vince needs to get back into that trouble, and he does straight away. So both these guys just trading pressure shots.
It is interesting that we're at round 18 of 25, and normally when you're down to these 2 numbers, you wouldn't call a round out, but there is a potential chance of that happening just with the way and the pace of this match and how it's been.
And another big third. See, shake of the head there from Vince. Once again, he'll need 2 20s to take that lead. Ooh, and I think that's another big safe one there. At the end.
Yeah. Playing a little conservative on that last start. So Billy here gets the first in the 15s, finds the trip on the second, looks up, and just lets it get away from him. Well off the mark.
I don't know if he was convinced that that was the shot. That seemed like a little hesitation. But nonetheless,
it's so important to be able to say, hey, this is my game plan going into it. This is what I'm shooting on the board. If I trip in the first 2 darts, I'm taking the swing. You have to have those conversations with yourself before you approach the line.
completely agree. You got to have a plan. During the shot is not the time to figure out how you're going to play it. Look at this from Billy.
This time
Floating
Alexa stayed down.
2 in.
Ooh, what a shot there. Round 21 of 25 now. Now my round out call's looking a little smarter.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard my eyes roll on that call earlier. I didn't think there was any way we were going to get to a round out on this one.
I did not hear that roll, but I felt it in my soul.
But yeah, we are well on our way now. Especially Billy has to take the 220s at this point. I don't know if we've seen him come to the line with the lead. There it is. So a long slog of turning this one around for Billy the Kid.
Vince does have a game shot, not anymore, and did need double-double. Tied score would have still won if he hit the trip 15 after.
I don't mind the shot in that position. Would have tied the game up 3 bulls to 3 bulls had he hit the treble 15. Billy should grab a 15 to push that bull.
That's a huge
he's
last start.
Gonna grab a triple. So many good things about that dart.
Most importantly of which, taking away this game shot here. Still 3-3 in the bull race, but again, Billy has to consider he gets 3 shots left. How's he going to spend them? It's about making sure that first start connects. If he goes for the bull, he needs that first start to hit it.
Probably. Oh, stays there. So game shot available. Billy doesn't think Vince has got it in him. No, and he's not going to.
I can't just waste that last start there, throwing it quick down at the double.
Yeah, I think he knows Billy probably going to find a single bull here.
Just needs to make sure he stays composed. He's focused. Needs to work it in. And does so. And I told you it wasn't going to round out Gordon. I don't know why he kept saying that. That was the eye roll. I felt that eye roll for sure. Game number 1, Billy the Kid.
I can't believe the smooth baritone sounds doesn't do it for you, Erica.
Certainly does for me.
So another 5-mark start for Vince. He did it last time, and it took Billy all the way down to the 15s to turn it around. Won't want to wait that long this time.
And that was a slog of a first game there. That first game felt like a whole match with the pace of which it won, and these guys want to pick things up. They want to have a little bit more control, and they don't want things to go all 24, 25 rounds.
Yeah, as our friends over the pond always comment on people of Billy's pace, they're methodical.
Mm-hmm.
I did always love when people would give Dennis Priestley guff about taking a long time. He said, "Why does it take you so long to throw the darts?" And he says, "It doesn't take me a very long time to throw the darts. It takes me a long time to aim the darts."
Huh.
Which I thought was a keen observation, or a little play on words, because the guy did take a long time to throw his darts.
Yeah, pretty interesting response there. Although there's nothing more exciting than watching two players that like that fast pace. Is sometimes those can feel like sprints. Doug, no
Billy
name
forced.
Bane. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there.
No. I was just gonna say, forced over to the 18s, finds a 5 mark, start to reel those points back.
I was just gonna say, Doug, no name Bane, agreeing that you guys have like a bromance going on that's beyond no other, and backing up Erica's comment.
Where is that on YouTube or something?
It's
I
on
only
Facebook.
watch the. I watch the Facebook.
You saw that one pop up on Facebook. very similar situation that we saw since last game, right? This is Billy losing ground and Vince taking it, but Vince hasn't really expanded his point lead after his initial 1 or 2 goes at it.
Yeah, exactly. Just looks to close it up from behind. And again, the risky run is getting caught up. And here, that's a change than we saw from Vince last time. I would not have done it in that particular situation, but him going up to grab more points in the middle of the turn there. Maybe he's looking for a little bit more distance between him and Billy. And really, what he's done is given Billy the opportunity to reel even more points back.
And Billy was keen to take him up on that one.
Oh, good shot. Back up to the 20s. Yes, sir, Vince. This is where it all started to go wrong last time, though.
It's those dastardly 16s and 15s.
The corners. The corners of the circle.
He's blocked after that first one's hanging over that bed and wasn't able to get into the trip here. So Vince with a little bit of a let off considering Billy's consistency on those last time. Needs to capitalize on this opportunity.
Yeah, Vince will want to get those out of there as quickly as possible. And back up to the 20. Great shot from Vince.
So Billy back against the wall. Even if he can load up those 15s, it wouldn't be enough. So just needs to make sure he stays focused. And really right now it's about making sure your mentality's in order here. You never know if that opportunity is going to come back your way or not. And you just have to stay focused and know that you already won the first game. No matter what, there's going to be at least one more game after.
No bullseyes, but job done. 137-point deficit now for Billy. Billy finding a way through there, but don't know if there's a way back here in this one. It's going to need a lot of help from Vince.
And Vince practicing his misses there, getting that single 16. Not going to give him any help there for Billy. So looks like we're going to be set up for a game 3 scenario here, more than likely.
A good time to take a spin through here. You mentioned that Austin Braswell and Bob Walton facing off just above this one in the bracket, so winners will play. That one's at 1 apiece. Michael Sterling, the first into the third round on the top half of the bracket. He's awaiting the winner of John Joseph and Patrick McGinnis at 1 apiece. Jules Van Dongen into the third round, waiting for Dinkovic and Jay Cooper. Patrick Ataya and Doug Riggs in the third round. Colin Rath awaits Robbie Knapp and Joe Dieter, the winner there. Joe Hedrick and Ty Dively facing off on board 58. The winner to play Andrew Galvin. Don Stewart, there's an old Pittsburgh name.
Yeah, I haven't seen him out and about in a while. I was pretty excited to see him in the bracket.
Playing Dennis DeCarme. I may have just butchered that. Winner to play Jeremy Dowler. Jeremy, another one I haven't seen out in a bit, so that's not saying much. I haven't been out in a bit. So Joe Jones, Chris Alexander. One apiece. Troy Cox beat Kelly Iotti. I probably butchered that one too. But he's into the third round on the winner's bracket. Travis Brewster awaits the winner of Dave Chesney and Fernand Verment. I can't read. Gosh, so much left here. The second round of this this tournament.
Well, that's a pretty good diddle there for Billy. Does get it 2 holes outside the double, so a little bit of a tough dart here for Vince to get around. Isn't able to do so. And I do want to mention, because you did mention Jules, you did come up to me and let me know that he did get the PDC exemption to be on the live stream. So there's a good chance that we'll see him on the stream board at some point here. Excited to see him after he re-upped in Q School for his tour card.
Yeah, in pretty impressive fashion. Kind of no worries getting through. I mean, I don't think he won a day, but consistent performances all the way through.
And he said he really didn't expect to be able to re-up the tour card. That wasn't really what he thought was in store for him, and went out and just had a great couple days there. And that's what it is when you see those guys come over and play in those events. Is sometimes it's just about who's having the right week and right day, and anything can happen. He's also put in a lot of work, especially in the last 12 to almost 24 months now of just consistently upping his play.
Well, this is the first leg that we've seen Billy start. So it'll be the first time that we see him control that 20. And he finds a big 7 mark early in this match, early in this leg, rather.
Yeah, that's an amazing round there. I mean, to go and your first round of the 20s, get that closed, then do what you need to do point side, get that second number advantage. All the pressure is on Vince now to perform.
Yeah, and you see Vince talking to himself a little bit more. Probably not, but maybe thinking back to those first leg exchanges between the 16s and 20s and 15s and 20s and what could have been. He's got a shot here. Good last.
Much needed last as well. Billy's goal here, close those 18s. That's all he's thinking about right now. If he can get that close, add a couple more points on the board, he'll be more than happy with this visit.
I was just going to say, probably a little bit more specific would be close the 18s as few darts as possible and then score.
He likes what you said. Doesn't quite get that 20, though. Did try to take the swing at it.
I think that's funny. I wonder if he started trying the double 18 to start there and then ended up finding the trouble on his second dart. Vince again, staying straight. But going second, he's going to have to do more than that.
And Billy just wants to make sure not to give up any advantage here. With no marks on the 17, I wouldn't be mad about some points first. In that case, though, just securing only a single 20, so 4 mark needed now for Vince. Last one just kind of gets away from him a little bit there. Wasn't happy with the release and said something along the lines of, "Oh, that's not what I meant to do."
Oh, shucks.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Good grief. Yeah, Vince really didn't have an option to move off the 17 with the X on it there. Needed to hit a multi-trip turn if he wants to get a shot at some of these closes. 17's expected to go away this turn. Oh, that's a huge misstep, though. Could be potentially very consequential for Billy there. Needed to stay focused and hit at least a single on the points.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Vince up top. Oh, no. He stays on the 16 and finds the treble. How about that? Little fireworks here.
That's a great shot. I'm definitely surprised he didn't take a shot in the second or third dart for the 20, but did end up collecting, so he knew where his trebles were going to count, and they counted right there at the 16.
Well, he hucklebucked me the way he was trying to hucklebunk Billy there, because his eyes were definitely up and then back down to that treble 16.
A little sneaky there, but now approaching with point advantage. Yeah, he's going to try to get these 20s out of here. Yeah, needed to make sure he stayed straight in that dart. He kind of got a little too excited.
Yeah, I think he thought that that last one was definitely going to go into the 16. He just chucked it over there and not able to find it. Both these players clearly pretty familiar with each other just from body language and some of the exchanges.
Oh, yeah, these guys have been super chummy, especially before the match.
Yeah, and there it is. So now it'll be a battle of the corners. What can Billy do on the 15s?
That's a good first start for Billy. Needs a stack on top of it. Kicks it in on the last there to give himself a little bit of life left in this. Vince in a pretty good position, though, to be able to shut down those 15s.
Oh,
no.
Wires and wires and wires.
Yeah,
Here we go.
That's a rough one.
Yeah. Back into the leg. Here comes Billy. Just because we were talking about it earlier, over Vince's right shoulder, you can see Olivia Simzek.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Hanging out with George Kittle over there.
Great shot from Vince.
Billy has called upon these 15s plenty of times in times of need. Will they show for him once again? That's a great last start there.
Yeah, it definitely puts him within striking distance. Vince not going to mess around with a 3-dart close. May now, just because it's covered up a bit. Looks like he may be moving to try to find a way through. And again, just a little quick.
Yeah, that's probably Vince's biggest point of contention in his game, right? He has these big opportunities that he'll carve out for himself. He gets almost a little too excited when given them. Resecures that point lead by 2 points. He's just going to try to add on top of it and goes for the double on that last dart there. And don't hate it considering where those first 2 darts were lying.
So Billy's going to need 4. Take a shot.
Oh, no. Those are beautiful darts, just a little too low. Hugging each other.
Yeah. It's like leaving a putt short, though. They never had a chance.
Vince, every single time he's taken a shot at the 15, if he just went for big singles there on the single trip wire there, would have already closed it by now.
Yeah, but what fun is that?
I know. Listen.
What
I'm not saying
what
I
fun
don't.
is that?
I don't lay up either, but a little layup might have gone a long way in this one.
Just tin cup it. Surely we're going to see a 15 from Vince here.
Lays it up. I don't know if that was intentional, but I'll take it.
No, I think Vince has done that enough times that that was definitely intentional.
Well, it's good close there and puts Billy's back against the wall. Yeah, down 67, you have no option but to stay in the bowl until you hit 2 or 3 at minimum. If you want to try to go for like one of those aggressive closes there, but in this case, Vince in control. Can you close it out?
Yeah. Up 67, so a 16 will move it. I don't hate it in that spot.
He's trying to get a few more bulls on the board. Last one goes just a little bit high.
So 2 bulls for the match. Vince Baran. Oh no, the wheels. Oh, he finds a treble 16. Good last.
Yeah, not leaving any room for error here. 131 point difference, 6 bulls behind.
See a frustration dart at the 16? No, he stays on it.
Slight amount of finish line itis here, but again, Vince, even when he's not hitting the bull, doing what he needs to do to pad a few extra points there and not put a win in jeopardy.
Yeah, that first start really stinks to try to get around. But he did find a way. So 1 bull away. Billy not going to do enough to continue the pressure. So all on Vince to shut her down.
Does so. Gets it done there. Earbuds are out, and the win is in the books as they both kind of just laugh and walk it off there after that marathon of a best of three.
Yeah, good match between these two. Clearly, a lot of parity between the two, at least from what we saw there. So, good luck to Billy in the losers bracket, and Vince is going to carry on. We are going to look around the bracket, see if we can't find our next matchup. I think it's still going to be in the second round. Maybe we're off to the third round, but don't go anywhere. The 38th annual BullShooter in Pittsburgh, the largest one of the year, is coming back. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action just a bit.
Alrighty, back in the action here for a great match. Excited to see what we have in store for us here. Michael Peters versus Lucas Palombi, excuse me. Oh my goodness, butchered that already. Of course, I'm Nick Teixeira. No one can pronounce my last name, so we'll call it even. Joined by Gordon Dix in the commentary booth for another second round matchup here in the Pro Cricket Singles bracket.
Yeah, good to be back. How are you supposed to say the last name?
Palombi.
Palumbi.
Lucas. We got Lucas here.
Yeah, let's stick with Lucas.
Knowing our wheelhouse of pronunciation, especially mine. Mine's exceptionally bad. I kind of drag your name pronouncing rating down just because you're commentating with me.
Impossible. I personally, I'm just make up names.
Oh, there we go. Well, Joe just shot there. And no, excited to see this one. Michael Peters, I did get to see him at the New York BullShooter. He was playing with Colin Rath, and I can't remember which lady they were throwing with for life of me, so I do apologize there, where they played really tough and unfortunately knocked me to the loser side of the bracket there, and he was on fire on those bulls. So very tall gentleman with a very long arm span, so he kind of has one of those nice elongated follow-throughs and kind of shortens that distance to the board.
Yeah, a bit gitchy between these two thus far. Lucas just trying to take the advantage of having those 20s.
And needs to make sure to capitalize as much as he can. Lucas, I did get a chance to meet him briefly at the blind draw that they had at Highlands last night. A little meet and greet blind draw for everybody.
Good last there from Mike. But Lucas still with that all-important 20. And leaves it on the second dart. Interesting shot. Down in points. Does come back to get the point lead, but playing with a bit of fire here early in this match.
Yeah, a little bit of fire indeed. As he was just there, but walked off to the side. Colin Rath supporting his partner in the background there.
So, Chad, is Mike a Philly guy?
I would assume so.
Little adjustment on the board there.
Always good to make sure the board is always right, and when it's not, that you guys make sure it's always right. So good work on all of them there. First start trip means he gets a shot at the 20 with 2. It just kind of slipped away on it.
Yeah, that second dart almost finding a 12.
Very perplexed as I don't know if I would want to wear a lanyard with anything on my neck, especially something with weight on it, as it looks like he has some like vapes attached to it on Lucas. I feel like that just the swinging would be kind of annoying or bothersome when throwing darts.
Yeah, it would take me a long time to get used to that.
But he's never going to lose his nicotine, so there is a benefit.
So Mike with the close of the 20s, 46-point lead. Start to take a little bit more of an advantage here. One more. does find the close. So real estate dwindling. Can Lucas find a couple of big triples? Start to turn this one around.
Not on that go, unfortunately. And just some clinical work there, just going for the big three singles, trying to get the trip in there. Didn't quite get it, but got more than enough as now it's a three-house advantage there for Michael Peters Jr.
Yeah, a little bit of what we saw in the last match where Vince was just trying to close out behind. I don't know if that's necessarily what Mike's doing, but it's at least the result.
Got to check the equipment there, recalibrate, and is going to probably just try to keep chugging along here if he can.
Yeah, those vapes swinging remind me when the cameo cases first started coming out, and the Japanese players would have them on their belt loops. I could not imagine. And then if you go back even further, like Wolfie and some of the old dart players with all the jewelry.
Oh,
that bracelet adjusting on your wrist every time you threw a dart. I could not imagine.
See, I think I would have more respect if it was like, you know, a giant like Deion Sanders type of chain going on or something. I think it's the fact that it's vapes that's really pushing me over the edge. No offense to anybody that wears vapes on their lanyards.
So edging back, but still down 3 numbers. Mike could polish it off right here with a double. So Luke is going to need a little help here if he's going to pull off this comeback. Can help himself by finding a bunch of bullseyes. That's not going to happen. So now he needs a lot of help from Mike to not find a single bull.
Gets it there. So game number 1, Michael Peters Jr. taking that one. Lucas will get the start in the second leg here. Just needs to start strong. He wasn't out of the mix by any means. It was just a little bit of a slow start and needs to get some of those earlier darts in. Looks like Lucas, if I had to guess, is having some trouble with the follow-through aspect, as you can kind of see his hand curve out to the left or right on some of these misses. Therefore, the straight 18.
Ooh, slack second. And slack third, and you see what he thinks of that. And just to remind everybody, this is still early in the tournament for all of these players.
Yeah, we're just over 2.5 hours in since the start of this bracket here, and they're in for a long one with the amount of participation in this bracket. Let's just put it like that. So, a lot of darts ahead, plenty of time to figure things out. But with the shorter best of 3 format, not as much time as some of these players would prefer.
Yeah, definitely understand the decision to to limit the games on the pro side. Add in there that marks aren't as high on the smaller board as well. Can extend some of these matches. But big shot there from Mike. And again, slack after a first start find. Michael gonna polish off that 18.
Big close on
Looks
this
like
last
his
start.
plan.
Does secure it there. So Lucas looking for an opportunity to get something opened up here, to get a change of momentum and to get a little bit of a swing going on. Has the 19s as an option, and it's going to take advantage of him, it looks like. Well, that's our first 9 mark of the stream. I wasn't expecting the 16s on the last, but still a pretty good shot there. Get some of that momentum back in order.
I would be very interested to know if Lucas was expecting that triple 16 as well. But regardless, job done. Back in this leg.
Yeah, but needed to follow it up as well, and a little bit of a slack turn there. You can see the lead's kind of already gone back in the other direction. Michael wants to close those 19s. Decides to just quickly go back up after that first start. He was not happy with anything about it. Gave us a big old head shake there.
Yeah, down 2 numbers. Smart decision there. Go back, protect the 20.
Heather Fuller saying, "Say it. I'm not Sean Green. You know I'm not going to say the catchphrase. You know it. It's not that kind of dart stream." Much love, though, Sean Green.
I would say I would walk off set, but I'm not even on set.
Yeah, that would be like what, walking from the office to the kitchen or to the bedroom?
Yeah.
Is that the equivocal?
Yeah, that's the same thing here.
Oh, right on the wire for that last start for Lucas. Could have really wanted that, or could have really used that one, excuse me.
Yeah, using his 2 numbers to chip away. He's already lost one of them. Oh, and he didn't lose the second, so big opportunity here. Oh, I love it. What timing. It's exactly what we wanted to see out of Billy in the last match. Take a shot when you have that point lead. It pays off for Lucas right there.
Yeah, kind of turning this one on its head there.
Yeah, I'd say out of nowhere, but he hit the big 9 mark to start chipping away to begin with, but just not able to string them together shot on shot.
That'd be a huge difference maker for him. If he can get these back-to-back big shots and these back-to-back big momentum swings, it would put Michael Peter in a lot worse of a position than where he has been. And even that first leg where Lucas lost, he kept his average within striking distance at all times.
Yeah, no, I mean for Lucas, I mean averaging almost 3 marks a turn, and we've seen a couple of 1 marks, a couple of at least one blank. So if you think of that in terms of an average, he's hit some big shots. It's just not been consistent. And there we see Mike choosing to close out even down in points.
Another big moment here for Lucas. And oh my gosh, I thought that dart was in and kind of just went right on the wire. Then last one's thrown a little bit further away, but now Michael Peters got that option back in his favor here.
MPJ, both sides of it. That helps.
Yeah, that was a great regroup there. I don't think people understand when they're watching some of this stuff if they haven't been on the playing aspect of throwing 2 bad darts and then being able to regroup on the third when you really need to. It's not as easy as it looks sometimes, and that was a huge recovery for Michael Peters as it makes sure he's returning with the point lead once again.
A little bit of a delay after the board changed over. Definitely see a little nerves coming in here, the back end of this leg.
Yeah, certainly a factor here. Certainly. Great last start there for Lucas, though. Staying true on those 15s and collecting the trip on the last. Michael Peters, that's a big, deep breath there, man. I mean, that shows where his mental is at. Oh, and the lefty almost slaps it in there on the last. We do have our first player that snuck into the top 16 on the winner's side, Patrick Atea. Some of these matches are starting to cruise along depending on what section of the bracket you're on. Facing Patrick will either be Jules Van Dongen or David Denkovich. Needs at least one more 17 here. Got the close on the 15s. And that last start gets away from him, so 3 17s needed for Lucas to have an advantage going into the Bulls. Oh, well off mark. He does do a great correction, but doesn't get it. So Michael Peters Jr. with a let off there. Can MPJ capitalize on this one?
Oh, and he doesn't get it, so it doesn't move the bull. So game shot coming in. Two doubles will do it. Oh, it's not going to happen.
Not going to happen. That last start, I mean, he needed, even if though he wasn't eligible for the game shot after the second, needed to get 1 or 2 on the board there, right? You have to put more pressure on. That's a great first start there. And what a shot there.
Yeah, 3 clean.
MPJ gets that one done in a very stressful fashion, but you can see how much it meant to him. Little celebration right there as he was happy with the win regardless of the position there. So we're going to see what match is going to be coming up here next. I believe we're going to get Travis Brewster and Dave Chesney next on the winner side. First round 3 matchup here for us. Excited to see that one here. What do you say?
Yeah, very familiar with Travis. Not surprised to see him still in the winners bracket, but we're getting down to it, guys. It's the top 16 on the line here, and in a big bracket. So Can't wait to watch it continue to unfold here at the 38th annual BullShooter Regional.
Don't go far, folks. We'll be right back in the action. Back in the action there. Unfortunately, missed a few darts as I got distracted eating some tater tots here, but I am Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon in the commentary booth for this one.
Why's it got to be tater tots?
That's what I was eating. Was tater tots.
Oh my gosh! Did you get some applesauce with that?
No, I didn't get. Everyone here was raving about the loaded tots at the restaurant, so that's what I got. It had bacon and cheese, and that was all they loaded it with. But hey, for some people, that's very loaded. Travis Brewster, Dave Chesney taking on each other here, third round matchup. Excited to see this one. Of course, Travis, no stranger to our live stream. We've seen him at several stops, including Michigan, New York, and here as well, and Texas. So lots of appearances. And then Dave Chesney, a gentleman I'm not as familiar with, but has been doing pretty well on his run so far, beating out Fritz and then Ferdinand in his first two matches, 2 straight.
Yeah, clearly on a roll. I as well am not as familiar with Dave. Travis being from Ohio, I see him kicking around in some of the local tournaments that I get out to.
I did find out from Travis, although I didn't ask. He just felt the need to tell me that he actually has 2 of those Ohio State hats with the same emblem, so he can change out the nice looking one and the one that's a little bit more well worn. He always likes to have a rotation of those exact hats available.
Did he think he was going to get made fun of for having the same hat on?
I don't know, but the worst thing he could have done was
Every
tell
time?
me. that was like the incorrect decision.
Yeah, anything you tell the guy with a microphone is in play.
Yeah, someone the other day asked, "Can I tell you a secret?" I'm like, "Sure." The only worst case scenario is I tell the whole internet. I mean, that's only the worst case scenario.
Yeah. I mean, of all the people, the one with any type of platform, probably not the greatest decision.
Absolutely. Ryan Clark.
Not that you're not trustworthy.
It's okay. You can call it as you see it. Ryan Clark in chat saying, if Jules wins, will you be streaming his next match? I can't guarantee when we will get on the stream, but I can guarantee you he will make an appearance on the stream for sure. We kind of, with the size of the bracket and the number of entrants, we're kind of just going with the flow of what's available when to not hold things up. But Jules, with him being in form, I expect to see him at some point, either tonight, tomorrow, or the day after.
Yeah, we're kind of letting the ghost within the BullShooter machine pick matches at this point, because there's so many available that it would actually probably take more time to actually find the board and replace it with the match that we want to see. But we will as this bracket dwindles down, become more picky as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, we'll definitely get more selective, especially as these top 16 develop, right? We have Patrick Attea that we already said. The second person in the top 16, Patrick McGinnis, 100% rate of being Patrick and being in top 16. That's a bad stat if I've ever made up one.
I was going to say that that stat is
doomed.
One that I was not aware was actually a stat. I got to say, though, the women's cruising right along, the women's singles combo.
Oh, yeah, they really are. Just took a look over at the bracket. And if you guys want to take a look at these brackets here, all you have to do is go over to your BullShooter app on your smart device there. Once you open up that app, go to the tournaments section, hit all events, and you'll be able to see all the brackets available for here and all of our other BullShooter events that we do.
Yes, and it's great too. It's one of the things that that I love about the upgrades that the BullShooter team has done this year, because all of the boards are networked. So not only do you see the bracket itself, but you can actually follow along, and the legs actually update in real time. So as legs are completed, you will see 1-0, 2-1, 2-2, 1-1. So it's great for the matches that we aren't streaming, and you have loved ones or a fan of one of the players. You can follow along on the bracket that way.
Yeah, it's certainly cool to seeing some of the arachnid innovations that we have been seeing here. Ryan asking if I'm playing in the King of the Hill tournament in Florida this year. No, but a little birdie tells me someone named Schmick Schmera or something that rhymes to it might be streaming it. That was man, my jokes are not funny today, let me tell you. 0 for 7.
I didn't even know there were 7.
Well, that's unnecessarily hurtful. Kick a man while he's down, Gordon. Jeez, man. Travis not happy with the 2 mark there. So Dave's going to have an opportunity to capitalize and kind of get his foot a little bit more in the door as he wasn't happy with his previous game performance, and he knows he has to get on top of it here.
Dave's just not able to find anything here. Travis really with a great first leg. Wants to continue to keep that pace and those averages rocking and rolling here.
There's one thing I can compliment about Travis's game is I've become quite familiar with it this tour, and familiar with him as I got a chance to get to know him as well. He's a very consistent player. He'll occasionally have these blowout legs, but for the most part, he's always just cruising consistently with his scoring ability and his marks per round. And then occasionally he hits these explosive moments where he really kind of hits the gates running.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think there's just not a wide, and this is good and bad, but there's just not a wide set of performances that you're going to get out of Travis, which is good because it is above average that he plays at, but bad because when you string together 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, and even 9s back to back to back don't happen as much as we see from other players that do have the kind of explosive scoring.
I couldn't have said it better myself, as that was a big misstep there for Travis, not collecting the single 20 on the first or third dart there, leaving an opening here for Dave to get a foothold in.
Yeah, and as we brag up the consistency, we see absolutely none of it from from Travis in this leg, and you see Dave cannot believe that he only found a single 20 there. See if Travis can bring this right. And he's going to say, "Aw, shucks," and put in a blank of his own.
Mike Malloy, the only thing I have to say about your comment is it's actually 108 players.
And Dave finally getting the closes. And the comment that I will make is, in one of those games, you should throw doubles, and in the other one, you should. So Dave, point lead now at the board. And I'm remembering, I think Dave was warming up before the feed actually started.
Yes.
And Dave is very, very pokey with his shot. There's just not a whole lot of follow through built into Dave's shot.
Yeah, he played that first round match while we were still setting stuff up against a gentleman named Fritz, I believe. Yeah, Fritz Lyard. And then after that played Ferdinand Vernet. But that's where we got a little preview of his game and give you guys a little peek behind the curtain of the reason why we start the stream a little bit after the actual start time of the event is simply because with how big the bracket is and all the first round matches and anything that can happen, we've seen at different regionals, different technical difficulties come into play. Getting those first few legs under the way for some of these players just makes everyone feel a little bit better. Makes sure stream's nice and ready. The players usually get a little bit of extra darts in because they usually play a first round match. And then we are off to the gates running for the rest of the evening because let me tell you, we're in for a decently long night here.
Yeah, those if you have family and loved ones at the tournament, tell them to get to their board.
Yeah.
Even if you text it to them right now, that would be greatly appreciated and helpful.
Big moment here for Travis. Gets those 17s close and then grabs the 16s as well with a 19-point lead where Dave was kind of starting to get out in front and make some work happen, but Travis might be able to just win this 2 straight after that big shot. Puts a lot of pressure on Dave for this turn.
Yeah, Dave started to show us a little bit of what he can do, and Travis coming roaring back. Again, averages extremely subpar for these 2 players, and he rescues it with the treble 15 on the third dart, but just absolutely no reason to shoot the shot that way. The only way Dave is going to come back in this is if he has an opportunity to score points. So here we go, 3 bullseyes.
To win it here, you can knock it out of the way right now. Has to get around that dart.
Yeah, good adjustment from Travis there.
Dave just taking a deep breath. You can't know you're out until the game says it's over. So has those 2 bulls, looking to get a couple on here, but now he's in a very dastardly position. Travis Brewster to win it 2 straight. And it does so there. Travis moves on and continues his run in the Pro Cricket singles bracket here. Excited to see how this has been developing. There's been some interesting names getting tossed around here, and it's really anybody's game on who can win it. I'm excited to see how this develops. What do you say, Gordon?
Yeah, so far so good. We've kind of had a range of performances thus far. I think that'll starting to tighten up as we get into the later portions of this bracket. A lot of names that we haven't even seen on the stream just yet. You see Brandon Asado over there. You see Joe Hedrick. We'll everybody keeps winning. We'll get them in the bullpen and showcase them soon enough. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back at the 38th annual Pennsylvania Regional for the BullShooter Regional Series.
Well, here we go. Another great match here. Jason Smith and Josh Slom going at each other here in the third round matchup on the Pro Cricket Singles in Pennsylvania for another BullShooter regional. We're excited to be bringing you this one. Nick Teixeira, Gordon Dixon in the booth.
Yeah, we got JS versus JS. Not familiar with these guys a whole lot, but to be where they are in a bracket this size tells you a little bit about the form, as we see Josh showing us exactly what he's capable of.
Yeah, Josh is wearing that Midnight Dark Club jersey. So, from that Michigan area, I presume. And guys, if you know anything about these guys or anybody else you see on the stream, a little extra information never hurts, as we love to know what you know. And we also love to know where you guys are tuning in from, so let us know in the chat. And Allie in the chat saying exactly what Gordon is thinking and what I'm thinking as well. Who are the bystanders? That would drive me nuts having to fist bump people who aren't even playing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I mean the sport. If it's going to progress, we need people to watch. But my goodness, that would drive me nuts. Especially, so if I'm Josh, I'm coming back after a 2 mark, and if this guy's going to want to bump my hands just because it's a habit to bump hands after every shot, I'm not interested.
Now, I will give the slightest benefit of the doubt to the bystanders, given how full this room is here. And I'll actually give you guys a little peek here, as that's a great shot there from Jason, and a big roar in the audience. But there's not too much walking room still. There's a lot of people in this room at the moment. But even then, we got some very friendly friends to the players. These guys are putting on a little bit of a show here for game number 1.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to see.
Jason Smith is from Westmoreland County, says out of 40. And then someone else said Jason Smith's from Collinsville, PA. So PA local, there you go. I was like, I don't know what county that is. That doesn't really help.
I was just going to say, I'm not going to lie. When somebody starts saying about counties, I just think south.
There you go. Well, apparently local here. And Josh, of course, with Midnight Dark Club being from Michigan. I believe he owns his own apparel company, too, if I'm not mistaken there. I could be wrong.
And also a dedicated soft tip player, because I believe Grand Rapids has their big steel tip tournament this weekend as well.
Yeah, the Shoot the Moon tournament.
Making the determination to come on over here.
Yeah, there's a lot of dart tournaments going on right now. I can name 4, including ours. I mean, you have the Shoot the Moon one you listed. There's one in Denver, Colorado that's also a CDCQ school stop, and then I believe there's a Monster Slam Down, Smackdown, or something going on in California right now. So 4 big tournaments, and probably a couple more I'm missing.
Oh yeah, I know. If you look it up on Dart Connect, I think there's a couple of Canadian tournaments as well.
Oh, Shoot the Rapids. Why am I saying Shoot the Moon? Is that the name of the tournament? Shoot the Rapids.
Yeah, Shoot the Rapids is Grand Rapids. Shoot the Moon is Alabama.
That's right. Okay. Well, those are at least very close names, and also I believe that the Alabama tournament's like in a week, so at least it's not like the worst mistake ever.
Yeah, it's usually the same weekend as the Syracuse, New York steel tip
Oh, there you go.
uh, tournament. And we always chose to go there for no other reason than you never knew what you were going to drive into if you went to Syracuse, New York, and you at least got some clear weather, or at least it was only rain when you headed south. And Smitty just relentless that leg. Ended up under a 4 mark, but was well above for most of that leg. So it's going to take a lot here from Josh to to turn this one over.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's gonna be up to him to carve his own destiny. But he started off strong in that last leg and definitely has shown he has the game to keep up and even potentially lead the pack. So it's gonna be up to Josh here to set the pace and set the tone for this one. Not the tone he wanted to set. So Jason can really make this one hurt. Getting a close would be nice, but getting a close and a couple points on it, even better. And Smitty not showing the same grip from the last leg so far. Kind of a back-to-back slow rounds for both these players. Good 6 mark there for Jason. Collected on those 17s, getting that point lead. Winner of this match will play either DJ Lander or Michael Peters Jr. in the next round. Mason Sasser joining us in the chat. What's going on, sir? Thank you guys all for tuning in and hanging out with us. Two 20s and marks up that 17, but doesn't quite get the close there.
Yeah, been a drop off as far as standard is concerned between the two players. Just as I say that, maybe Smitty's going to start warming up again as he finds a 5 mark on the 17.
You inspired him. Right on that top wire. Both of them hugging it. He moved to the side and take the shot there and did get deflected. I almost would have preferred to see a shot at the 18s there. Or maybe just going up to get that guaranteed point lead and maybe go to the single or potentially that double wire. Never directly at the double. Sorry, Maloney.
Yeah, tough spot for sure. I see another couple of wide darts there from Smitty.
Good fight break there from Josh. He wasn't happy because he really won that close, but that was a solid round there. And I think right now that's all you can really ask for. You need the solid rounds. You just need to get settled, especially because he's down that leg. Jason's trying to get those 18s. Does get on the second. If he can fall that one in, he'd be happy. Hugging that wire. Great attempt at it. But with the 4 mark there, 13-point lead keeps him in the running, although Josh still has control at the moment.
Oh, he's trying to close him out. Doesn't happen. Treble will get him the lead. You see Smitty and his reaction there to just staying straight.
Looks like we do have most of our top 16 matches pretty much locked in here. Patrick McGinnis versus Vincent Barron would be our first one up top. Jules Van Doggen, Patrick Atea, Joe Hedrick facing either Colin Rath or Robbie Knapp. You got Dennis Duckarm and Joe Jones. Travis Brewster playing either Jason Prosser or Richard Sturbins. Jeff Summits versus Seth McFadden. Matt Eisman versus Mike Porterfield. And then, of course, this match, getting either DJ Lander or Michael Peters Jr. against the winner here. Smitty with a big turn here can really flip this on its head. Get a couple 16s on the board and take a pot shot at the 20.
Yeah, just not stringing them together the way he has before.
Yeah, neither of these players near the standard of which they started out with in that leg number 1, but it's kind of the ebb and flow of the situation, and it seems like they're kind of following suit with each other. I feel like if one gets on a breakaway, the other one will follow suit.
Uh-oh. Little aiming fluid there for Smitty.
Yeah, he's locked in now. You better watch out, Josh. See if he's able to pay off with it. First dart trip gives him so many options.
Oh, but he doesn't find it. Doesn't even take the lead.
Inconsequential as Jason here can, again, just 2 singles now. All he needs is to get that lead back.
the body language from both of these guys is not great.
Yeah, not in the slightest right now. These guys are unhappy with their throws right now.
Yeah, just not able to get anything going. I mean, if anything, Smitty's got the upper hand. He won the first leg. Doesn't take a shot at that 20. So makes Josh's job a little bit easier. He's going to want to find as many of those 20s to keep Smitty busy on the 16s. And that's not going to do it. 2 16s will give him a shot at that 20 if he wants it. He didn't take it last time.
He's going to have to take the opportunity eventually, because even if it's not the shot he's most comfortable with, at some point you need something to change here, because these guys are kind of just repeating the last 3 goes have been very similar attempts, and he does do it and gets it just as you called.
Yeah, big shot, big timing. Not a lot of real estate left.
And Josh does get that point lead back, only by 4, but wanted to get something on the board there and does find something. Smitty is going to go to the 16, try to get the points back up. He's going to take the shot. Does take the shot. Doesn't quite get it, but gets himself ever so closer to potentially a 2-0 win and puts all the pressure on the back of Josh now. A little bit of cracks in the dam there. Jason wasting no time getting those 15s immediately, and then back for a trip 16 as well. Kind of picking it up in the tail end of this leg. Smitty doesn't close it, but gets the 2 bowls there and all but locks this one away. 6 bowls needed for Josh if he wants to regain the point lead and add a dart to the throw. Smitty. Well, Jason Smith does get it there. Josh not going to be happy with his exit into the winner side bracket onto the loser side there, simply just because that first leg shows he had a lot more in the tank than what he gave us in that second leg. So a little bit disappointing there for Josh, but hopefully he does string it back together as he's still in it. And congratulations there to Jason for getting it done in a real gritty leg there. We got a lot of good darts coming up here in just a moment's time, guys. So we're going to figure out what's coming up to your way next. So don't go far, folks. Gordon Dixon and Nick Teixeira in the commentary booth. Having a lot of fun over here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And more fun will continue soon. Don't go far, guys. We'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, set for another great match here as we are into our top 16. We got Jeff Summits versus Seth McFadden going on as Seth just won that diddle, rocking that Dark Eyes jersey, and Seth did win the diddle, and Jeff is the one the Dark Eyes jersey. I'm sorry, first time commentating apparently. Nick Teixeira, Gordon Dixon, the booth.
I was waiting patiently. I knew you were going to get there.
I get there eventually. I may make a lot of mistakes, but I correct a lot of my mistakes too until I don't.
So we are officially into the top 16. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, top 16's underway here.
First one we've got up on the stream. Losers bracket chugging along to varying degrees of success. Giant bracket, I think we talked about it in the chat, but 108 players trying to get their spot in the BullShooter Invitational.
Yeah, it is quite the prestigious spot. I mean, we've talked about it before, and you guys will hear us talk about it again, but getting into that ESPN Invitational Shootout is just such a cool experience for the players and for us alike, and everyone wants to kind of take a swing and get their time in the spotlight. Jeff there not able to get those 19s. Needed just a 2 mark to get the close. So, you have an opportunity for McFadden to do some damage.
I see what you did there.
You like that one? Am I 1 for 12 on jokes now?
No one was laughing. I see what you did there.
Oh, I just thought you muted your mic at first, like because you were laughing too hard.
Everyone knows I do that to varying degrees of success as well.
Hey, listen, we haven't gotten canceled yet, so we must be doing something right, even when our mics are muted or not muted when they're supposed to be. See a lot of friends in the chat here. We got Steve Diker, Tommy Campbell, Mark McFadden, Derek Ott, Jack Neubauer, and a lot of others tuning along. If you guys are tuning in, let us know that you're tuning in. Give us a comment in the chat and show some love here. Kenny says in the chat, that's almost as bad as Boom Goes the... Never mind, I'm not going to say it. Thanks, Kenny.
Both players really struggling here. Chance at the quarterfinals for both these guys. And here comes Jeff Summits. Taking the 18s all the way, pile and a half. Stranglehold on this leg.
Yeah, that was just a monumental shot. That was our second 9 mark of the stream so far. Just a reminder, guys, this is our second to last regional here. Omaha, Nebraska will be our last regional, and then after that, it's off to Chicago. So it's never too late or never too early to start planning for the finals in Chicago. It's going to be May 23rd through the 27th.
Always a good time. One of the only ones the past couple of years DJ and I have been on site. Are you planning on going?
You know, I asked that question this weekend. I said, am I supposed to be planning on going? They said yes, I found out. So that's a good start. So I'll be out there with you guys as well. And It'll be a good time. I think I'm most looking forward to in Chicago is some Johnny Jenkins DJing on the music there.
Yes, I believe he does that for both of the Friday and Saturday night
I believe so.
parties.
I believe so. He was talking to me about it. He was talking about how excited he is. I'm like, well, I want to see what this is all about now. I'm invested.
I believe he had DJ and I um, refereeing, judging. I don't know what it was, but it was twerk slash dance slash one of the more uncomfortable things I've ever been a part of.
Okay, never mind. I actually am not planning on making it to Chicago this year, unfortunately.
So yeah, I'm gladly going to give up my spot in whatever transpires in that. Jeff, one bull away now. There it is. Closes it out. Got that average up to almost 3. We'll see what Seth can do here in the second leg as he gets us started.
Yeah, I mean, these guys fought hard to get to this point. We can't give them enough credit here. So, well, the numbers you can have opinions on. We can all have opinions on if we expect more or less. Let's just say they earned their spot here, and hopefully we'll be able to bring their A game. And Seth, especially here, wants to have a big game here.
This time, Jeff, not wasting any time to get him started. You see the frustration setting in with Seth to just top of the wire, bounce out, no credit.
Yeah, it's real frustrating when you've been playing well and then you get into the stream and you're on the cameras and you're under the hot lights and you're all of a sudden things feeling a little different. It can happen. It can happen to anybody. I always blame the rubber mat personally. Everyone has their opinions on what goes on, and sometimes it just happens a little different. And some people are just real quick to settle in and be good under the limelight, like Luke Littler.
Yeah, holy crap, that kid.
Yeah.
He did not average 100 every time prior to the World Championships. I can just tell you guys that.
Yeah,
And
no, he
then
did not.
the lights turned on, and yeah, my man was off and running.
It shows though that anybody can make it to that top level. I mean, for him, like people say, oh, he's just young and born talented. No, he was in a dart academy since he was 9 years old and has been playing for several years at this point. If you take it seriously, you take the game seriously, it can show and pay off in dividends. It's about putting in the time and the effort, and sometimes a little bit of good luck and great dart genetics in Luke's case as well.
Yeah, he's certainly got a bunch going for him. Enjoy watching the ride. That's for sure. Well, parity in terms of real estate at this point, but those 80 points still looming for Seth. As we see Jeff looking to grab another number, and he does.
You see a couple people in chat asking about where Jules is. He still is in, and guys, we do have permission. Jules is one of those players that's always on top of putting in his work paperwork with the PDC to have streaming exceptions in the U.S. as he does get featured on a couple different live streams. Sometimes they say no, but usually on the soft tip side, they are keen to say yes. Well, Seth does get some points on the board here, but is it enough to make a stand? Jeff's inclined to say no. Jeff Guines the first bull. And that second dart was also right there. It did slap into the 10, but watched it as it hit off the barrel and kind of ricocheted. 2 bulls away from taking it, and Seth going to have to hope for a miracle to get back in this one, unfortunately for him.
Jeff only needs a single dart, finds that double bull. See the two players exchange words there. Not much Seth could do there. Just did not have it for whatever reason. But Jeff will continue on in that winner's bracket. Seth is not out. We've got the losers bracket to look forward to working through. We are going to take another spin through the bracket, see who we've got up next on the stream, and bring you more darting action from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the 38th annual BullShooter Regional Series, just after a few more moments here.
Here we go, back in the action. Excited for this one as we're in the top 16 match once again. Richard Sturbins from Florida and Travis Brewster from Ohio duking it out in the Pennsylvania-Pittsburgh regional tournament here. Nick Teixeira and Gordon Dix in the commentary booth. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I got to say, I'm not as familiar with Rich. We've already seen Travis on the streams thus far. I know Rich has certainly been around and played quite a bit. Just haven't watched him as much as I have Travis. So right now, I think whoever's got the start is probably who will be the favorite. And I of course said that as Rich opens up with a 0 there on the 20s.
Yeah,
So
I'm gonna ask you kindly to not jinx my boy from Florida here. Now, Rich Sturbins, he actually took a 10+ year break and only got back into it about a year ago now. So he's kind of been off the scene, off the radar. They used to go by the King, and everyone started calling him the King when he came back. He's like, no, there's so many more shots now. What do you mean? I'm not the King. And kind of joked about it. He actually did win the CSC Division II after completing a double dip. And has done pretty well in those online soft tip tournaments. Kind of looking to make his foothold known here. I know he did not have a good run in the Florida BullShooter and kind of looking for some redemption.
was he always a soft player?
I only met him in the last few years because when he stopped playing, I didn't even start playing yet. So didn't unfortunately cross. I do know he does a little bit of both, but for all I've seen him play since is soft tip though. He's over in that Jacksonville area, so which is where Paula Murphy is, so there is some steel over there.
So you said from what, about 13 to 23 or 12 to 22 he wasn't playing?
Yeah, give or take, I would say that it was like 10, 12 years off. And so he's just been trying to get back into it. He's one of those guys that has a very high gear, but because of that long break, he's able to channel sometimes, and sometimes it falls flat. So the consistency in trying to get more comfortable playing at a high level again has been his big focal point in the last 12 months or so.
Well, that, and I mean the top level average has probably come up by half a mark, 3/4 of a mark. I mean, I can remember 10, 15 years ago, if you were averaging 4.5, 5, you were crushing it. And now that's kind of the above average, not stellar. You're looking at almost 5.5, 6 sometimes in terms of standard.
Yeah, you're not kidding with the 5.5, 6. Some people think that might be a overstatement. It is not. The level of which the game has risen has been quite intense. Rich Sturbins is one of those guys. He right now, I believe, is averaging closer to like that 4.1 to 4.2 range. I think he was at around a 4.2 at the end of the CSC, the last season there. But he's one of those players that he used to carry closer to a 5. It's just been so long, and those moments of inconsistency can really bring it down the other direction. And Travis is not going to take it lightly on him either. Again, we talked about it. Travis has that consistency about his game, and I think that will be hard for Rich to get around, and he's going to have to try to muscle through when he can.
Yeah, I can see frustrated. Another blank from Rich. Travis looking in a prime spot with a good enough, probably is the way you look at that as far as the averages go. Don't expect less than 3 to be in the top 4 finals, 3rd place match, 4th place match, but to get there, that's still the opportunity to stick with it. And Rich there with a big shot, able to extend that point lead.
I do want to give a shout out, as it looks like I blinked and missed it. The women's singles queen seat is underway. Trish Grezik, excuse me, and Daniela Di Genova going at it there. I didn't even know Trish was here. She snuck over from Canada.
I'm going to have to disagree with you there. I don't know Trish to have snuck anywhere.
You're not getting there.
She really loves it when you call her Patty.
I don't know if that's true or not.
Or Patricia. Yelling it in a United flight terminal.
I feel like there's a story here that we haven't heard yet.
Yeah, that definitely did happen, and she definitely does not like that.
And that's why I just want to make it clear Gordon Dixon said that. Well, blink and you miss it. Travis a little bit behind now, and Rich kind of got back out in front to race on the 15s to see who can get ahead.
Yeah, Rich put almost 3/4 of a mark on his average, which is pretty big feat late in the leg like this. And he does try find the treble 15. So Travis going to have to do it on the bullseyes. He's only down 2. Yeah, I like this switch. Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah, good shot there from Travis. Puts all the pressure on
Not
the back
that
of
4
Rich.
bullseyes is easy on this board, but if you're only going to get one shot at it. And he closes it out. Great come. I guess come from behind. I mean, he's the one that started the leg, but gave up ground pretty quickly. So
yeah, it's one of those wins that feels like it was a break when it was really a hold, right? So
yep.
Travis will get the start now. Looking into our top 8 here, Patrick McGinnis, first one to get in there as well, as he's been pretty efficient in his wins that he's had so far. And of course, we saw Jeff Summits get in there as well, Mike Porterfield and Jason Smith.
Yeah, Patrick awaiting the winner of Jules and Patrick Ataya. Jules not dropping a leg yet, and up 1-0 against Patrick now.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the scariest fish in the pond. Not that I often get scared by fishes in ponds, but I digress.
Oh, big last there from Rich.
Oh, that's a good marker there for Schuster. Can he get one in? Gets it closed. Both players not far off from each other at the moment.
Travis not closing down that 17.
Yeah, that's a huge give. Only if it hurts.
Yeah, definitely could be an issue here. Oh, he stayed down. Very surprised. Rich probably should have taken a whack at that 18.
Yeah, I mean, he had the X. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation there. As you see, Travis was able to get that trip 18 and the close. Rich has to get a close here, though. And wrong time to do that. So Travis now gets an opportunity to potentially take the knife and twist the dagger as well if he gets the 16s and 15s.
$3.15, send him into a lead.
How about 5?
Gonna go for the power close.
Closing in style. Yeah, Rich will need 4 bulls if he wants to regain the point lead here and take away Dart. Looks like Travis said something. Not sure. Both of those guys have the headphones in right now. They're not feeling talkative. They're over here listening to us or maybe some smooth jazz. I'll tell you what, though, Rich on the bullseyes has been solid so far.
Yeah, 2 bulls from Travis, though. Send us to a third leg. And you see the acknowledgement of his wife over his right shoulder there.
On to the diddle.
Oof.
Looks like that was a little less of an oof, though, from Travis. Both of them are oofing, though. As I already see some guesses in the chat of what they're listening to. And let me tell you, if you guys have some guesses of what Travis and Rich are listening to, I'm going to guess some like Kenny Chesney for Rich there. And for Travis, maybe some rap. I could see him listening, but like old school hip hop rap. Travis.
What are you trying to say? Travis doesn't look like he listens to new rap?
Yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. Well, good news to anybody that's gotten knocked out of the tournament. I already hear them. They're starting off a big old blind draw out there, it sounds like. So, looks like there's still some fun being had over here in PA. Even if you're not in the tournament still. Oh, look at this from Travis. Put on a class performance here in the third leg, and that's the leg you want to do it in, if any.
Yeah, wins the cork and just starts running away with it. How about that?
Big last start from Sturbins keeps him alive in it, but Travis ahead so far. So Sturbins here approaches with a point lead, which I'm certain he didn't expect. Oh, and just catches the wire of the 20 there and has to go back down. So didn't make it hurt as much as he could have. So Travis planning on closing those 17s and getting the point lead if possible. And does so on the last start there, getting a huge trip 20. Sturbins. I honestly, with how well he was throwing bulls in these legs, other than the diddle, I was almost wondering if he was going to go for the bulls rather than do the 16 or 15 battling. But in this case, 5 16s is more than enough to get that point lead back. Sturbins does take the shot at the 20 on the second dart there. A little bit off the mark, but the right decision. Of course, Travis is also already qualified for that ESPN shootout, so he's out here having a swing at it and hits a big shot there, finding the 15s on the last. Travis qualifying, if I'm not mistaken, from the New York BullShooter after Doug Bain and Mike Porterfield ended up taking the win there, giving the runner-up Travis a win for getting third, or a entry into the ESPN event, I should say.
Yeah, super stoked for that tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. I don't even know if I'm working it, but no matter what, I'm going to at least be there in the bleachers. That's what I've decided. I want to be out there. I want to have signs. I'm going to have cardboard cutouts of DJ's face. It'll be so fun.
I agree. I support all of that.
Plus, I think it always falls on my birthday. So that's what I'm going to spend my 26th doing.
Well, Rich plugging away here.
Yeah, showing a
There's
lot
a
of
64-point lead.
a lot of resilience in a leg where Travis was looking super strong. And Travis is now going to ask the question to Rich. Can you close both these numbers before I can get that point lead back? Oh, goes for the bull in the first start. I don't know if I like that in this given situation. What are your thoughts on that?
I actually don't mind it, just because on this board, 6 marks. If he could have put in the 3 fat bullseyes, then he would have been able to continue to push Travis off of actually finishing the game. He wasn't able to do that, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. We'll see just how much he pushes Travis off.
Well, he does get some points there and the bull close, so it's going to be a question of can he outscore on the bulls? Travis, with only 1 point lead, decides to go ahead and just take that dart on over. Again, risky. You're leaving game shots potentially here. Single bull, trip, trip. You're right. Those 6 marks are hard, but sometimes when someone has a must-hit shot in a tie-breaking game, anything can really happen.
Big last.
Gonna have to work his way in and catches the wrong side of his barrel here, and that's the wrong time to do that for Rich.
Yeah, now 3 clear. Travis to send him to the quarterfinals. They'll face off against Jeff Summits. Both those guys are going to feel like that's a winnable match. This, however, is not over. Look at Rich with the pressure.
Oh,
Rich with the pressure.
what a shot there. You know, he had a lot of confidence in his bulls, and it shows there. Getting 3 bulls in that close, that was phenomenal.
Oh, and Travis stays straight and finds the lead, but Rich now, very, very doable shot. Single bull and 2 shots at a trip 15 to steal this one. Oh, and he plugs in the double bull.
Oh, and he catches the wire on the double there. What an attempt. And Travis is literally saying, hey, that's a good shot, buddy. That's a good shot there. But Travis is not out of it.
And Travis does not have a shot here. He could not finish the game. He needed 4 15s and doesn't have a mark on the bull. So
Rich to hucklebuck a little bit here. I use hucklebuck, right?
Yep.
Gets it there. Rich Durbins gets the job done. As we see a wave to the live stream over there in the background as well, it looks like. Some hug and some respect from these players here. Love to see it. That was a good showing from those guys there. I think that last leg had a little bit of everything. Excited to see if they can continue to raise the standard and raise the game throughout. As looks like we're on take a peek at our bracket here and see what's coming up next, huh?
Yeah, we'll continue to work around the bracket. I got my eye on Joe Hedrick and Joe Jones since we haven't seen either of those people just yet. But there's also a Patrick and a certain Jules Van Dongen hanging out there. We will figure out what's up next and be back with more great darts in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the 38th annual BullShooter Regional Series. Right after a few moments.
Here we go. Back into the action here for another great matchup. Joe Hedrick and Joe Jones taking it on and making both of their first appearances on the live stream after things got a little feisty around here, and now they simmered down and we're ready to get back into the darts. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon for this one.
Did you say things got a little fightsy?
Yeah, correct. Listen, a lot of very passionate people being very passionate, and we'll leave it at that. So, just to give you guys a heads up, here's our game plan here. We're going to feature this match to its completion. Then we're going to get the Patrick McGinnis versus Jules Van Dongen match. And then after that, assuming the timing's right, we're going to get the women's finals after that. So that's what's looking like. That's the plan we drew up, and we'll see how that timing works out. But that's what we have in store for you guys so far.
I think it's a good plan.
Thank you.
Joe taking advantage of the open 20.
I feel like that's a confusing thing to say. They're both Joe. Jones does get the 19s there, but I honestly would have preferred that last start to just kind of wing up at the 20 there. I wouldn't have hated it.
Joe looking to defend the 20.
Oh, now you're doing it on purpose.
No one's listening to this on the radio.
That's not true, because Joe Jones' better half said, where can I watch this? I want to watch it while he's playing. So if we have at least one viewer, or a couple hundred, but whatever.
A little rush there for Jones on the third dart. Sends it low.
Yeah, Hedrick not happy with the last one. Of course, most people, if you have seen Joe, I mean, he's been around the dart community for a while, but Joe Hedrick has a famous controversy in New York with his beatbox incident where everyone was wondering why
Jones
he was drinking.
Decides to snag the 20 there.
Tiffany saying, who even is Joe Hedrick?
Jones needs to find a couple of triples here. That's a good start.
Yeah, solid shot there. 50-point difference is all that separates them.
Look at Joe. Straight into the treble 20. Straight into the treble 16. Oh, and he finds it again. Big 9 mark. Only counts as 8. But you know what we mean.
Yeah, that's a monumental shot there, because now Joe Jones is just going to have to make a stand on the 15s and stay on it all day. Not really going to have much room for error here if he wants to win this first leg. Those darts all looked beautiful, but only one in the trip, so 5 marks there for Jones. Will Stewart in the chat saying, fun fact, Nick still sleeps with a teddy bear. Yeah, except that teddy bear is actually just Will Stewart in a bear costume.
It's a funny way to say you sleep with Will Stewart.
You said it. I legally can't say it. He made me sign a contract.
Jones needs a pile of 15s, or I'm sorry, bullseyes or 16s to start pegging this thing back. That's not what he gets. So Joe now 2 bulls away.
Yeah, Jones needs the 2 bulls here and then needs to get the points ahead. I think you might be on the wrong feed, my friend. Yeah, Jones isn't able to get the bulls or the point lead, so Hedrick to take leg number 1 here. Hanging over top. Does get it in there, though. Hedrick not happy with it, but I mean, at 369, not a shabby performance, especially on the 15-inch board. Yeah, BullShooter answering the question of Mike McMaster in the chat. Joe does carry 6 darts at the line. That is true. He also drinks beatboxes, which is basically fruit juice with a hint of alcohol.
Now Jones started off with 2 last time, and Hedrick jumped on it. He gets the full close this time.
Hedrick's just going to work his way in, take advantage of that first dart, and he does, placing it right in the bed and wants to follow with another, but that was a little bit of an overcorrection. He knows that he was like, hey, settle down, settle down. So Jones here needs to take advantage of these 20s here. He doesn't want to get out of hand like it did in the previous leg. Oh, and didn't get the last one in.
Nice 5 mark there from Hedrick.
Oh, that's a lot of frustration there from Jones. He throws it up and says, why? Not happy with that dart there. Bill Hughes in the chat saying, they look like the old guys from the Muppets in the balcony in the background. Oh, that's brutal. Brutal. They look like the young guys in the Muppets in the background. No, yeah. I see it, though. I see it. I can't unsee it. So if you're Hedrick, you're asking yourself the question, when can I take the shot at these 20s? He wants to get the playground established first, but you're going to want to take a shot sooner rather than later. Oh, decides to just go ahead and take the switch for the 2 mark. Love the switch, actually. 16-point difference, gets the 20s closed.
Yep, 100%. Love that shot. Already up a leg. Now Jones is going to make him pay for it. This is what can happen if that's the route you take.
Yeah, that was about the near worst case scenario for Hedrick, and Jones can finally get a little bit of a sigh of relief in what has been a match where he's not been super happy with his position.
Joe going to bulls.
Well, 4 bulls there for Hedrick. Going to do him kindly. Kind of keep him alive in this leg here. Obviously wants to take it in 2 if he can.
Yeah, definitely transfers the pressure back to Jones. Oh, and Jones getting gitchy after a single 17, not able to find anything else.
This could really hurt here.
Joe's going to take a shot. He does not. He finds another double bull.
If you're going to stay, that's exactly why. He just had a feeling with where those darts were lying, he could hit the double and capitalize fully on it. Jones needs to be careful here and get himself out of the situation.
And Joe only going to find a single.
Yeah, if you're Hedrick, you're here thinking, man, if I could only hit the bulls, what if I could translate that to other numbers right now? Because he's nailing those bulls, and just those shots at the 17 and then the 18 previously is where he wasn't feeling super comfortable here.
Jones does not take the lead, though, so we may see a couple of 17s and a bullseye from Hedrick here. The power close. It looks like he's looking at the middle. And he is. He finds the bull for 25 more points.
Yeah, keeping himself in the mix here and out in front even. So Joe, not so Jonas. Gonna have to get these 16s. Taking that moment. This is a big dart. Just a single. Wanted to find that trip here. Wanted to stop the momentum, but this could be a potential game and match shot here for Hedrick.
Yeah, wants to at least take that 16 away. Don't give Jones an easy way to score any points.
Closes it with authority there in the triple on the last dart. So Jones needs to make the stand. 15s are the number. That's a good marker. Oh, but catches high on it. He knows he's 3 marks away from going to the loser side of the bracket here. And you can see Jones is not happy with the performance, and Hedrick knew that he kind of got away with one there in that second leg. They're going to kind of laugh it off there. But, hey, they're still in it. They're still fighting, and there's still plenty of darts left. And, Gordon, guess what? We got a good one here. Patrick McGinnis and JVD, Jules Van Doggen on the live stream next. Are you excited for that one?
The Dragon. Yes. We kept him off the screens as long as we could. But yeah, this is going to be a PDC card holder against an Ohio boy. So can't wait to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, no, I am absolutely thrilled here. This is going to be a banger of a match. So, guys, don't go far, folks. JVD is not far at all. We won't be far at all. The match will be on in just a moment. Nick Teixeira, Gordon Dix in the booth. Be right back. Well, this is what you guys have been asking for, so we're here to deliver it. Jules Van Dongen on the live stream against Patrick McGinnis, and what should be a great match to see who can get into the semis on the winners' side here. Excited to see about this one. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon in the commentary booth.
What?
You said it there.
We need some energy for this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've crested into a new day.
It's a new day, new commentary, new mentality. Jules, as you said earlier, has not dropped a leg today in this pro bracket across his 4 matches. Patrick's only dropped 1. So these guys are going to be going out of here. As I see a lot of people going for Ohio boy here, Patrick McGinnis.
That's what I like. The chat lighting up for OH.
You might take that back, because Patrick McGinnis asked who I was commentating with before this match, and I said, I'm with Gordon. He said, really? And then walked away. So I don't know what that means, but you guys got to work out your friendship here.
He actually texted me right before this match and said, be kind. I'm sensitive. And I said, don't suck.
Oh, you're so kind. Was there rakes in 5 to follow Patrick's 6 mark, getting that point lead back by 7 points there. Oh, that last start got away from him there. He wasn't happy with it. Left his hand a little funky, and Jules will have a little bit of an opening here to potentially make that one hurt, especially with that 18 mark in his back pocket as well. Not going to come into play here. Oh, just kidding. It does come into play.
Patrick staying solid.
Jules with the first start trip.
Probably not enough.
Interesting decision there. I figured after the first start trip with the 2 mark need on the 19, that was the route he was going to go, but decides to load up a 140 there. Nothing wrong with that. And points always wins games. Jules gets a 19 on the first with ease. Just going to move along to the 17s. And then back up top for the cover shot after he didn't like that second dart. And playing a very conservative version of cricket for him. Did you expect him to be heavier on the points here?
To be honest, no.
And why not?
I was expecting just well, I don't know that what was expected out of the opponent is actually happening.
Patrick here is going to need to dig it deep on the 16s or the 15s here, opting for the 16s.
And only a single.
Yeah, a little bit of a giveaway there as JVD is just going to keep moving along, making this look a little easy at the moment here. Onto the Bulls. 7 mark there, averaging a 4.75 and looking solid so far.
Yeah, I have no doubt that this is probably the standard that Jules has been chugging along at.
Yeah, agreed there. Jules grown out the beard a little bit too, by the way. Have you noticed that? Looking a little burly over there.
Of all the things that I would call Jules, burly would not be at the top of the list.
Listen, I've called her dumber things and definitely less professional things on mic.
Good leg there from Jules.
Patrick started off real solid and then kind of tapered off towards the end there. He's going to want to stay solid throughout this whole leg, and starting off right's the first step.
Well, in the points game that Jules played in the middle there, kept the pressure on Patrick. Have to imagine he's going to continue that.
Yeah, and unlucky third dart there for Patrick. His dart kind of deflected and the flight slapped into the 18 and did look like it was around the single 20, trip 20 area, but not a nervy dart at least. I would rather the board misregister than the dart slip 2 neighbors over. Oh, goes right at the 19s. He's playing a little bit more aggressive here.
Okay. Twice as many marks.
Oh, and Jules doesn't get his own playground here, so big moment for McGinnis, especially with the mark on the 18 and the 17. Could potentially grab another 2 houses here with that 80-point lead he already has. What can he do? Can he capitalize on this one? So far, yes.
Yeah, power close, grabs another 17. Jules might be staring at his first decider here.
Yeah, that's where the name of the game really starts changing here. Jules needs that trip on the last. Bare minimum gets the close to prevent another house going in McGinnis's way. But with no points on the board, Patrick can force Jules to the bulls right now. Oh, that's a tough dart, and Jules knows that he has to move around to get underneath it. And not much you can do on that after that first. Awkward position now. Not, unless you're Patrick. It's the opposite of awkward. It's ideal. Yeah, and just kind of has to switch over to the bull there. There's not much you can do. I think Jules is realizing the circumstance of this leg and is just trying to mentally prepare himself for what's to come next here.
And it's worth noting this is around the average that Jules shot in the first leg. So if we can get them both firing on this level,
It would be interesting. It would be juicy even.
could be a big third leg. And jokes aside, I mean, nobody would have taken Patrick at the top of this one.
Not even Patrick.
You know, that's the sad part is that's probably true. But Patrick's game, I mean, again, all me being comfortable with Patrick aside, his game has come a long way. He's playing some really nice stuff. He was just out in Vegas with DJ Sayer and had some nice results in the doubles events.
Yeah, and of course, so far Patrick's the only one to make the giant bleed today in JVD. It looks like Jules does get that by 1 hole there. So yeah, first one to make the giant bleed, get a leg off of Jules. Jules will get the start, and it's all going to come down to if Patrick can perform like he did in the last leg, and Jules can perform like he did in the first leg. Tiebreaker, let us know who you have in the chat here, who you're cheering for, and what you got for this one.
Oh, great open. 6 mark on the 20.
Patrick's going to just go on those 19s. Oh, and he underthrows the heck out of that secondary, kind of compensating for the position. Would have preferred to maybe see a little bit more of a move from him there. Oh, and Jules right now coming back into the same form we saw in leg number 1. That was a very unlucky deflection on the last, though.
So this leg could get away quite quickly if Patrick doesn't find some troubles soon. And 2 mark, 1 mark is not going to do it against the Dragon.
Yeah. I have to agree with you there, as Jules is just making that one hurt, and really making that one hurt. 5-3-3 on the leg so far, and a 4 house and point advantage. McGinnis has to be a little gutted knowing how well he played in that second leg to get to this point.
Yeah, Patrick's shown he can do it. Just not at the races here. Tell you, on stream, struggling like this in a third leg, it is a lonely place.
Well, there's always miracles on ice that can happen here. Patrick needs 1, needs 2, and maybe 3 miracles. But he's still in it until it's over. But it might be over.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's over, and it's not over. Jules buries the treble 15 on the third dart there.
So Patrick relegated to just the Bulls in this one. So Jules now finds the double, 1 bull away. And puts on an impressive display in that last leg there, as Patrick just is quick to smile and laugh it off and shows his sportsmanship there. And there was a lot of eyes on this one, if you can't tell from the crowd back there. They're all kind of looking this direction, looking at the board. Well, I hope that crowd doesn't move an inch, because what we have next for you, Trish Grezik and Daniela Di Genova going on in the women's final here. Ladies finally making a much-needed and much overdue appearance on our live stream. I'm excited to see what the ladies have in store for us.
Yeah, and if you have Patrick's number, congratulate him on closing a number in that third leg.
Yeah, he almost got points in that third leg. That was really cool.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for the women's final.
Well, let's get the ladies on the live stream here. As excited to finally have them on a long overdue appearance. Trish Grezik and Daniela DiGenova going at it here for the women's final. Trish did beat Daniela in the queen seat 2-0 and starts off this final with perfection, hitting a hat trick here. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon for this one.
Yeah, these ladies are blink and you'll miss it. I mean, open in, open out at this level is just so fast. You saw the shake of the head there from Daniela. She knows you can go down so fast in these.
And both these ladies have earned their position here. Trish, definitely a very accomplished player, a veteran of the sport, and a girl that travels around, plays steel and soft as well. I met Trish at a blind draw in Vegas before a dart tournament, and this is when I was first getting into the dart scene. I was freshly 18 years old, and I was warming up with her on a board, not knowing who she was, and I was making small talk with her, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I'm throwing my own." I said, "Oh, what darts are you throwing?" She's like, "I'm throwing my own darts." I'm like, "Well, I'm glad, but what darts are you throwing?" She's like, "No, my own line of darts." And I was like, "Oh, this is what it's like to be at big tournaments." And that was my shell shock youth experience meeting Trish. Daniela.
So did she sign a set and give them to you?
Absolutely not. She said that she would charge me double. So rude.
Oh, so you did meet Trish.
Yeah, that's the one.
So all that talk of how quickly these legs can go, and Daniela right back in this. 2 bullseyes. She's going to have a shot to go a leg away.
And neck and neck
from the first set.
They're averaging the same right now, pretty much. But of course, Trish did win the diddle, and having the throw in this game is important. Can she take out the 118? It's still on. It's open out. Decided to go for the bull trip 16. Over to the trip 15, was trying to leave double top. So Daniela shot for the for the first game here. Excuse me. Bullseye.
Oh. Interested to see how Trish shoots it. She does shoot the fat 20. And finds the bullseye for the first leg.
Yeah, good shot there for her. Can wipe the sweat off her brow a little bit because Daniela did have one dart there to take that leg number 1. But she's still in it here for leg number 2. Match point for Trish. Trish has only dropped 1 leg the whole day.
Only closed.
Great correction on that second dart for Trish. No points on the board yet. I honestly wouldn't be upset if Daniela decided to just go for the 3-mark close here and kind of reset this game. Does it find 418s, gets the first points on the board in this game of cricket?
Yeah, definitely go with the 19s on that third dart. I agree with you as far as the close, but I don't think that there was a wrong shot there.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a must shoot it this way type scenario for her. There was a lot of options. And here with the 18s, especially if she trips this first start, should take a swing. Oh, what a good marker.
Shake the head. Oh, that dart dangling over top of the 18, causing her problems. Some of those odd man out darts, I wouldn't be hateful to see something go into that 19 to shut it down. Trish piling on some points there.
Yeah, that was a huge last start for her, especially because she got the 2 18s, but she didn't get the last one, and now has a more significant point advantage, can go right at the close and keep moving along now. Drew Press in the chat saying, does anyone know why they took the luck out Friday? Well, there actually has been several lucks. There's just no scheduled blind draw depending on availability of boards, space, and timing. We still try to offer those 4 players, but instead of having a big scheduled one, we have the events spread out a little bit different, so no one's here as late as they were in previous nights, ideally. Good shot there from Daniela, finding 5 on the 17s there, making a stand downstairs, and Trish is still probably going to go right at him, given her position. Just goes right back up after playing textbook darts right now.
Good shot there. Ties up the score. Trish should defend that 20.
Continuing with her aggression, though.
Trish wants to go to bed.
Girl, I don't blame you. Well, if she wants to go to bed, she can take it out right here and win in the finals. Not going to do so quite yet, but is going to grab those 15s and put her just a handful of darts away. Daniela needs to make a big stand right here, right now on these bulls and give herself a game shot potentially. She practice or misses.
Certainly not hateful there, but hat trick now. Trish will be our women's champion. Pouty face.
And Daniela with that fallout into the 19 there makes it a little bit more interesting if she can get about 4 bulls, 5 bulls, 6 bulls. Let's see how many bulls you can get. She can give herself a potential opportunity to stay in. Oh, but doesn't get the point lead.
Two bulls for the title.
Gets it in 1.
Oh. Great shot there from Trish Gresick. Finals, commiserations to Daniela, but great run all the way to the final. I believe, was this our biggest women's bracket of the year?
I don't.
As well?
I believe it is. I would have to double check that for sure, but I know that there's been very few, if any, other women's brackets that have been as large as this one. So I would wager to say this is probably the largest women's of the tour. And Trish did it by only dropping 1 leg the whole day. So respect to her and congratulations. So coming up next here, I believe we're going to get our top 4 going on the Pro Cricket Singles. Top 4 guys, top 2, the semis. See who gets their spot in the king seat. Go and double check with that real quick and get you guys some more darting action as soon as it's ready here. So don't go far, folks. Nick Teixeira, Gordon Dix in the booth. Be right back. Hope you didn't go far. We told you the action wouldn't take long. JVD back on the live stream going up against Joe Hedrick. And what should be a great match to see who gets their first ticket in to the King seat here. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon.
Yeah, looking for a good one. Jules having to run through the gauntlet of Ohioans here.
That's one smelly gauntlet.
We'll see if Joe can keep up the standard. He's already gritting his teeth. Finds the trouble with his last dart.
Did you notice something about Joe? Only 3 darts in hand.
I was just going to say, I can't see his left hand right now.
Yeah, Jules did kind of ruin that little setup I had for you there. Jules, move out of the way. We don't care about what you're throwing. We're trying to talk about Joe's darts.
Joe taking a stab at the big shot. So a little bit of a slow start here for Jules. We saw this in the second leg against McGinnis, but honestly, that felt like more forced errors because of how well McGinnis played.
Yeah, I did talk to Patrick McGinnis after this one, and he said I started trying too hard in that third leg. That I fell apart because I took a leg off. I wasn't sure if that was going to happen, and then I started forcing it, and that was exactly what we kind of theorized what was happening. And so he's overall still a big smile on his face. He's like, how many people have been able to say they've taken a leg off Jules today, and had a little bit of a laugh about it.
Yeah, no. Again, all condescending remarks from me to Patrick aside. We played well in that second leg. Again, at the standard that Jules threw at him in the first leg, just not been in that position enough to feel comfortable, and that's the biggest thing about darts is you need to continually put yourself in those positions, and good things will start to happen for you.
Hedrick's still within striking distance here. Single gets in the point lead. It depends on what a comfortable point lead is to him before he takes that shot. Didn't find it on the first, though. And a great recovery for that last dart. He was wiring and everything and finally stopped being a bad electrician.
Big chance here for Joe.
Oh, doesn't quite connect. It was the right shot and a good attempt.
Yeah, my only suggestion is if you're ever in that spot, if you shoot the 21st, that'll give you 2 at the same target. That switch, not that people can't hit those switches. It's just there's a reason people like to stay on the same target. So if you're going to shoot that shot where you're going to take 2 shots at the score anyways, why not make them back to back?
Exactly. Minimize variables. Don't have to worry about moving or resetting or anything of the like. Just get to find a little bit more rhythm. Although, look at this. Gets those 20s away. Decides to go back down to pad a little bit. I almost would have liked to see the 18 shot there. I know it's a bit aggressive, but, I mean, Jules has probably, right now, is in a little bit of a slump, but has shown probably the highest firepower we've seen today. So shortening those legs and closing the gap, not always a bad idea. As Joe's back to throwing 6 darts. See that?
Joe getting frustrated here. Does he go up?
Beautiful stack on that last dart there.
Jules looking annoyed. He's going to start moving around the board a little bit here. I think it's about time to take a whack.
Great first dart. Looking up. Oh, maybe? Oh, he decides to go ahead and stop the 16s there. Wondering where his eye shifted to.
Yeah, I don't mind that. You still have an opportunity to score. Is the thinking there? Jules hasn't really hurt him on the 18s yet. I'm glad I got to that yet. We'll see what Joe chooses to do here. Looks like he's looking down for score for first.
Oh, but misses the easy one on the 16 there. And then it goes right at the 18. I think you just kind of shot that in the wrong order. Start at that 16, get your easy one out of the way, go to 17s to pad, or take 2 at the 18 if you're going to shoot it that way.
Well, again, it just didn't feel like he had a plan when he walked up there. That was all, okay, I guess I'll do this now. Okay, I guess I'll do that now.
A little bit more of a hodgepodge
If you walk up
strategy.
there with a plan, yep. If you walk up there with a plan, it makes those switches a little bit easier. But Joe's been hitting that treble 17 well.
Darts hanging down and left, and now there's another one hanging down and left there. So he's debating if he wants to move way over, try to push through it, or grab the 15s. There, just tries to push through it, touches the flight, grabs the single.
Jules does find the treble 18. Goes for the big shot himself. Joe's had plenty of chances here. Can he find a big treble? Getting frustrated.
Yeah, showing a little
Trying to over-exaggerate that follow-through.
Showing a little bit of cracks in the armor there. Yeah, and Jules isn't going to waste any time closing there.
Yeah, Jules skating. Skating on this one.
Hedrick's not out. He needs one of these to connect on the trip at minimum. You have to have it connect here, Joe. I don't think that'll be enough with that 2 house and point advantage. Jules can just go right at those 15s until they're gone. $34-point difference here.
Yeah, Jules so good at those bulls. Handy miss for Joe. Should be probably a trip 18 if he wants a shot at this game. It's not going to happen. I don't know if he's going to even get back to the board.
Jules certainly would like to stop him from getting back to the board if he can. One bull away from doing so. Grabs the leg number 1 here, and just going to be a little frustrated knowing that that was probably one of the lower averages Jules will throw today at a 3-1.
Yeah, I think Joe overthought that one.
I mean, it's what Patrick said happened to him, right? I mean, you're going against a guy that is not only known to be a good shot, but is a PDC tour card holder that just re-upped as well. While that is a great title, and I'm not trying to take anything away from Jules or any player that accomplishes something of that feat, you got to just treat them like anybody else. You can't treat them different or start psyching yourself out or hyping yourself up more because of that status or stature.
I'd be interested to know if that actually played into it with Joe. I mean, Joe's played internationally. Joe played in the Dutch Open. Joe played in the World Cup. I don't know that he actually gets. I think he just gets more geeked up to win rather than who it's against. So I'm certainly going to ask him what was running through his head. But I'd be very surprised if it was nervous of the occasion. Joe's one of those pesky people that actually likes to play better against better players.
Well, that's what really does define like a pro level player, right? And if you're going to call yourself a pro, you have to not be afraid to rise to the occasion, no matter who it is against. So, of course, that read on Joe, you know Joe a lot better than I do, so I wouldn't be surprised to know that's the truth. And he absolutely has the game to do damage here. Jules is still on that cold spell, so I really am curious to see if Hedrick's going to capitalize.
Yeah, Joe really needs to get this leg, and quite frankly, he needs to do it in some style to make sure that Jules knows that that he's in for it.
Sorry about that. Patrick McGinnis came in here and threw a tomato at me.
I bet he missed.
That's brutal. That's brutal. Oh, look at this. Hedrick getting that 15s there. Just trying to strike at the 18s. Stays on. It gets a 5.
Yeah, he stayed away from that one the last time. Did I just catch a switch?
Yeah, because he was on the orange flights before. Gets that 17
Joe
with ease.
back in that 17. Yeah. Does get the 18. You see, I love the reactions from Jules in the back. Shaking his head.
Jules trying to make it stand on the 16s here. Doesn't quite fill it up, but hits 7 of them. Trying to keep himself in the fray as Hedrick's putting on quite the performance here in the latter half of the second leg.
Yeah, with the start, he needed to come up with something big here. Must be feeling those 17s. Does have the 19s, a bigger number to score on. Would have got him another 6 points in that particular turn. Be interesting to see if that comes into play.
I like that shot from 17s. Yeah, I like that shot.
17s versus 16s then.
We'll see which prevails. 17s have been quite the friend for Hedrick at the moment. What a great correction on the last note there. Decides, you know what, I'm not going to try to force that 16. Goes over there, finds another, hits a beautiful 7 mark there, and again puts the onus on Jules to perform on these 16s again, which so far has been the case and still is the case.
Look at that 9 mark. Great shot. Great shot. And a forced error there. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, a little confused by that one myself.
That's just the luck of the Hedrick there. Needs a trouble. Doesn't find it. Jules continuing to shake his head back behind there.
Jules absolutely wants this. He wants to take it in 2 if he can. This is a great opportunity for him as well. Could potentially get both closed. Doesn't quite get it, though. Goes high on the second.
Joe, only 3. It's getting chippy here. Look at this from Jules.
He loves those 16s. He's been hitting them for what has been a little bit of a shaky performance, especially by the standard of Jules. Those 16s have been nothing short of perfect almost. A 7 mark there from Joe to snipe in right back. Both players above a 4. And Jules wanted to take a quick poke at that 17 there, but doesn't regain the point lead because that last start was underthrown. So Jules, how do you think he approaches this one? This is going to be interesting. Grabs the first bull. Going to decide to probably stay on it. Gets unlucky on the second.
Tries to get a close.
Yeah, I would have preferred that last start from Jules on the 17. I don't quite know why through the 15, considering how well Hedrick's really been nailing those 17s. Finds 7 of them as well, and really makes that last start hurt. Jules gets 3, but it's still 5 bulls away from recovering that point lead after that big 7 mark there from Joe. And there we go.
There it is.
Hedrick gets in the entire room. Eyes are on this match right here. As everyone wants to see what's going on, including I see Rich Sturbins as well, scouting out who could potentially face him if he wins his match.
Court coming in here. Chat, who you got? The last time we saw Jules in a third leg, it was a blowout. But he also didn't have back-to-back mediocre legs the way he's done in this game so far.
It looks like they tied on the diddle there. It's going to be a rethrow with Joe to throw. I like how his flights say finger looking good. That's a. I was wondering what it was saying on there. I finally got a good look at it. Of course, Jules starting to win more flights.
Oh, and then 3 holes out.
Jules barely sneaks it in underneath. A little bit of risky darts. He was kind of quick to unset and throw. So here we go. This is it to see who gets into the King Seat match, punches their ticket in. Quick heads up, guys. After this, we're going to be getting the non-pro final. Tyler Little and Samuel Vanderpool will be coming up next for the non-pro final.
Oh, my. Look at this. A lot of Dragon, a lot of Joe. Ohio boy.
Oh, and Joe. Joe. Can you give us more, Joe? Fills it up, hits 9, then goes down to 19s. What a beautiful, beautiful open there for Hedrick to punish the weak opening from Jules. Jules is going to try to snap right back into it, though. Gets 7. And both these guys know there's no room for slacking off here.
Uh-oh. Any little opening here, I mean, we want to talk about big match experience. Jules doesn't take the shot, stays up at the 18s. You saw Joe, he fully expected Jules to take that away from him. Joe going after his honeypot.
Gives Jules an opening here.
Yeah, it's an interesting time to do that, down in points, when you had a number to that all of your darts would have scored on. Down 83.
There's that first start high on the 19s, decides to go over to the 17s. And drills it, gets that point lead back by 4, so advantage back in Hedrick's department. If I was Jules, I'm going to be honest. I know textbook obviously closed the bigger number first, but if I get a shot to close, I'm closing the 17s over the 19s here, considering Hedrick's performance on them.
It's certainly something that you should consider. I will say, Jules' body language of like the disgust of the guy that he's playing in the semifinals hitting triples is frustrating to watch sometimes.
I wonder if the disgust is in response to him being upset at the position he put himself in, or if it's the opponent pushing him in that position. Could be a little bit of both, or one or the other.
Fair question. Fair question. Um, but it's so consistent after the darts go in.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right there. I do agree with where you're coming at in the general sense there. It's one of those things where it kind of just gives a little bit too much of a read.
But hey, he's dug himself out. I mean, remember Joe started this leg with a 9 mark after he opened with 2. That's why it's so odd to me that he would get um, or at least physically look frustrated when the opponent is playing well. He's absolutely turning this over though.
Yeah, certainly a momentum shift, and you're gonna need Joe's gonna need a big load up here on the 17s. Not gonna be able to do so, and Jules is gonna have a significant point advantage going in to closing these 17s, which has been the honey hole for Hedrick. Yeah, solid shot there from JVD. Hangs high on the 8, so decided to go back up for points on the last start there, and don't really have an issue with that, especially considering the position. Honestly, if anything, maybe would have preferred to see the 15s get closed instead, but neither here nor there. Great 6 mark.
Yeah, no, I think the right spot to do it. I mean, in a third leg, you don't want to mess around. He clearly knows that Joe's can and has been hitting. Don't want to put yourself in any undue poor situation.
Hedrick there wanted a lot more. Got the trip, but not nearly enough. 2 16s for the close, and then we'll put him onto the Bulls for the match. Maybe not yet.
Oh my. Could get a free shot at it. He is going to get a free shot at it. Now that was an interesting reaction. That was like, oh, okay, it's still open.
Almost got a little too excited that it's still open. I don't think he was planning on shooting again as he switched back to the orange flights, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, his little Peter Wright impression.
You don't have to call him little. Jules there, 2 bowls away now from taking this match. Hedrick really wanted this one. Started off with perfection, but unfortunately seems to be falling short at the finish line here. And Jules is going to try to take this to book his spot in the King Seat match. Jules going to have to sneak it in. Thought it was in.
Oh, doesn't get it. But I don't know that there's enough bullseyes. Throwing his hands up. It's not going to happen. At least not in the winner's bracket.
Exactly. Still going to be in the fray, though, as he will be on the loser's side, fighting along there. Handshake and a little bit of respect from these opponents. And Joe's going to be quick to just go hit a practice board, get reset, and know that he still has some fight to do here. But, guys, right now, non-pro final about to take place here. Samuel Vanderpool, Tyler Little coming up here in just a moment's time. Excited to see what's going on the amateur side of things. What do you think about that?
It's been a while since I've seen Tyler play. Sam is actually the partner, or at least what I normally see playing with Travis Brewster. So familiar with his game, and I'm looking forward to it. We got a local boy versus an Ohioan, so lots of Pennsylvania, Ohio clashes to be had here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that amateur final.
Here we go for finals time in the non-pro men's cricket single bracket here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for the 38th Regional Tour, brought to you by Arachnid. Excited to see Tyler Little take on Samuel Vanderpool, which would be an enticing affair. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon for this one.
Yeah, glad we got to get over to the amateur side of things. I think when we started the night and saw all the numbers, thought that this one may not be something that we got to take a look at. But the difference in size of the board and then format kind of worked out. We got to see the women's and the amateur.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit spoiled here. I'm excited to see this one as well. I mean, Tyler Little, of course, known as Mike Maloney's biggest fan on Facebook. So excited to see how he performs there. And Sam Vanderpool, you said you know a little bit about him. Can you fill me in?
Yeah, I mean, just that he's normally who Travis Brewster plays with, who we've seen on the feed a couple of times.
There you go.
And those guys being partners, we know what Travis can do. So, and I've seen. I mean, Sam's again a very consistent player.
Big shot there for Tyler Little, getting a 9 mark on the board and looking strong so far. Both these players playing a decent performance, and curious to see how this one will develop throughout. I believe, if I'm not mistaken here, Sam actually did beat out Tyler 2-1 in the king seat match. So Tyler coming from the loser's side of the bracket there, beating out in the third place match Jason Leonard.
Interesting. Okay, so we got Tyler's going to be looking for the double dip here.
Yeah, he certainly would like to. So Sam playing from behind here, but within striking distance, wants 7 18s at least.
Yeah, pretty big difference in the averages right now. It's always interesting to see how the king seat handles a match after, I mean, hypothetically, probably sitting for an hour or more, while their opponent is normally stayed warm by having to play additional matches. So yeah, the final was played at 11:27, so almost 2 hours. About an hour and 45 in between the last time these two players met.
You know, Tyler was excited when I went out there to get them over to the board. He was over there talking with Mike Porterfield, and they were hanging out. And Mike said, "Hey, I want to introduce you. This is Tyler." And Tyler's like, "Hey," and I was like, "Hey, funny enough, you're the guy I'm looking for." Had a little bit of a laugh out there, and Mike's like, "Are you going to give him a hard time on the stream?" And I was like, "What do you want me to say?" He's like, "Call Mike Maloney's biggest fan," and that's where that comment came from. Very convincing first leg here for Tyler Little.
Yeah, almost 2 mark difference in the averages here.
Sam does find a hat trick to try to make a stand of some kind, but this first leg's pretty much done and wrapped up, and it'll be on to the second one here. A little 5:05. So Sam, how are you going to set the tone here? Wants to start off right here. Doesn't want it to go to a second dip. He wants to go ahead and bring this one to a last leg decider.
Oh, trying to open with the white horse.
Do you like that opening?
No, I hate that opening. The ton 80 is the only thing that you can hit and your opponent not come back to the board with the lead, and that's what I would advocate for 100% of the time.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you there. Staying up at the 20s, maybe on the third dart, taking a look at a different number if you feel like you're blocked or just want to get something else. But really, I mean, 320s, 3 trip 20s to start is always the best way to use those triples, if you ask me.
I will say in steel, I really like trip 20 double bull trip 20, but very rarely do I have the gumption to do that, or did I ever have the gumption to do that? But I do really I think numbers wise, you can make a good argument for that one as well.
Yeah, when you're playing steel, I feel like taking pot shots at the bull is almost always correct when you get the opportunities to do so. Sam here does get those numbers closed on Tyler Little's side and is so far commanding this second leg, much like how Tyler was in the first.
Yeah, Sam certainly not messing around. He's pushing, whereas I think Tyler was had a better mix of points and moving the game along. But I think 100% these are forced errors. Sam's continuing to put Tyler under pressure. Polish it up with a double bull. Oh, certainly tried.
Tyler here can potentially at least add a dart, but kind of not even thinking about that too much at the moment when you're down 4 numbers. Just focus on making sure you're feeling all right with your dart throw going into lake number 3 here. Sam gets it with a 5.54 there. Tyler Little with a 5.05 in the first leg, 5.54 for Sam in the second. Wonder if they're both going to channel those 5 averages in the third.
So, deciding leg cork for the first set. Sam wins. It's over. Tyler wins. We do it again.
Looks like they flipped a coin there, so they're flipping for the show. Or for the option. Maybe they're flipping a coin for fun. Will we ever know? Who knows? That's well below for Tyler. Sam just needs to make sure, stay true. Should be able to get this diddle with ease. And does do so. Here we go. Can Sam force it to go to can Sam win it right here and force this to be over? Or can Tyler Little force a deciding set here? Let's find out. I do like the opposite nature of their apparel. We got Sam in a hoodie and Tyler trying to do the maximum amount of unbuttoning without getting banned from the live stream.
I'm sure they put the buttons on that shirt. They are just not being used.
That was a opening there as only 2 marks for Sam.
See the wry smile from Tyler as the first 2 darts go awry.
They used the ride twice. I was impressed.
A couple of different spellings, too. So both these guys have had gangbuster legs prior to this. Tyler in the first, Sam in the second. And fairly modest here.
I can tell you they certainly don't want to be modest. They want to be lights out, and I think that these guys are kind of channeling each other here and kind of staying hand in hand and waiting for someone to make a breakaway. This might be that breakaway.
Rut-row Rorge.
Beautiful white horse there for Vanderpool.
Again, up a point. My man goes around the board. Only 5 from Tyler.
Yeah, with a 3-house advantage, Sam just needs to make sure he's calculated and tactful with these dart placements here, because he can just go ahead and win the match and take the title. And this is exactly what he wants to do. What a shot there for Vanderpool.
And you saw Tyler over his shoulder calling the shots.
He is able to get a hat trick here. Tyler's not going to give up on this. He's going to fight tooth and nail to the end, but Sam's going to try to go ahead and twist the knife here and end it.
Yeah. Maybe a double bull this time to finish it off. Dang, I really wanted a double bull.
I think he did
Oh,
too,
he
because
doesn't
didn't
find
get
it. How about that? All right, well, Tyler can at least pile on the pressure here and make him throw some additional darts.
It's just about getting that outside opportunity. That's it. Just a little bit of give goes a long way when you're trying to cross the finish line, especially for the title.
Now,
Pressure
any
is on.
one of the big triples, I believe. No, I guess the 16 won't work. But 19 or 17 should give him the lead. And look at this. Is Tyler Little going to get a shot at the 9 mark? Oh, he's not. I thought he was going to get a shot at it.
I think he thought he was going to get a shot at it, but he's even closer to getting a shot at it. He just got to keep setting up. He needs to find some bulls here. He wants a double. So Sam just needs to, again, cool, collected. That's all he needs to be. 2 marks on any of his points and then goes right at the bull.
2 at the bull for the title. Wayward.
Both of them wayward.
Wayward.
Yeah, it's that finish line. It has a certain effect on everybody.
Yeah, I thought once the treble started going in, like it had been the entire game, it might be a different story, but wasn't able to find it. And Tyler, yeah, only a double bull.
20 points. Still a 2 mark needed on any of those playgrounds he has to get that point lead. Sam will probably just get 1 dart at the bull.
Should take it.
And gets it there. So there you go. Sam Vanderpool wins the non-pro cricket title there over Tyler Little. Does a phenomenal showing and stays true when he needs to there. And everyone kind of watching, seeing what was going on and getting into the excitement. But coming up next here, Richard Sturbins versus Mike Porterfield to get into the King Seat match to see who plays JVD here. Don't go far, folks. We're going to go ahead and get those guys set up on over to the board. Of course, I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon at the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania BullShooter. Don't go far. We'll be right back. Here we go, back on the pro side as we have one bracket left. We saw the conclusion of the men's non-pro and the women's combo singles. So now our other side of the top 4 on the pro cricket singles. Mike Porterfield, Richard Sturbins duking it out to see who plays JVD in the king seat. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon for this one.
What's going on? We're getting down to it. I love the business end of these tournaments.
Yeah, let me tell you, there's no better no one wants to have a late night for sure, but as a player, there's no better feeling than watching the dart hall go from so packed it can hardly move to you're one of the last few still in it and still winning.
Yeah, and it's not because you've bonded with the bartender.
As we've all been there too.
Getting some free therapy. Or at least discounted.
Well, we did see both these guys on the stream today. Our first match of the day, Mike Porterfield and Johnny Lackey. And now Rich Sturbins, as we saw earlier as well, in his match against Travis Brewster.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying Porterfield probably the favorite here.
I would agree with you on that remark.
I know he's your Florida boy, but just consistency-wise.
No, you're certainly right. And I mean, we started off the day, and Mike Porterfield set the tone of the expectations for the pro side bracket because Johnny Lackey did not put up a bad performance against him. But Porterfield shows, hey, mid-4s is what you need if you want to stay true throughout the day. You got to be 4 or higher to feel comfortable on the board, and he's been maintaining that average.
Well, and we haven't seen Jules, so it'll be interesting to see how that finals plays out. If not ruling Rich out, if that's how it ends up playing out, because Porterfield has shown a little bit more consistency in terms of average than we've seen from Jules. While I think the ceiling is higher for Jules. The sealer is that the ceiling is higher for Jules. See, I would have got there.
You got there. I wasn't going to stop you. All right. We do have to talk about the hidden X factor, the fact that Mike Porterfield's shoes match his jersey. And I feel like that has to help.
It doesn't hurt. I can tell you that. It does not hurt. I don't know about playing in long sleeves, though.
Yeah, well, it looks like they're like compression undersleeves, right? Some players love that, especially if they've ever struggled with like tennis elbow or some form of carpal tunnel, maybe. But I don't know. I could never do it.
No, vapes hanging off my neck or long sleeve shirts. I'm out. So first leg in double quick time. There it is.
Yeah, Porterfield playing at the same level that we've been seeing out of him. And Sturbins not happy with that first leg performance. Is going to need to start off right here. Rich, turn your Apple Watch on Do Not Disturb. What are you doing? Throw some darts. Giving him a hard time. Excited to see what he has for us here, though. Look at this from Porterfield. Look at this. Mike's just on it right now. What a shot.
Yeah, and a reaction. How about that?
Let's see if Porterfield can keep up this momentum. I mean, he's playing great right now. Goes right back at those 19s there.
Rich throws his hands up.
Rich wants to really kind of put the gas on here. Just doesn't quite do so. Not to the ability that he knows he's capable of doing. And with an informed Porterfield, it's ticking time bomb type scenario.
Only a 3 mark.
Let's see how Porterfield approaches this. That wants to make sure not to give up his advantage that he's been building. But has cooled off a little bit after that 9 mark open.
Yeah, slight average lead, but not enough to turn the leg just yet. A big shot here could make a difference, though. Slack third.
Very slack. It's one of those things that can
So
happen.
we saw. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's one of those things that can happen when you start off real strong and your opponent's not really pushing you quite enough. It's sometimes hard to maintain that form, and I think that's what we're seeing out of Mike.
Yeah, the struggles of Rich have impacted him. Certainly a possibility. I do think that players, both to the positive and to the negative, play off of one another.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where, I mean, when you're playing at the pace of your opponent and stuff like that, it's easy to get caught up and not regroup and separate yourself from what's the given situation in the match versus just throwing the darts that need to get thrown. Does get the close there. Good shot from Porterfield, better known as Nick Teixeira.
A 16-point lead. What can Porterfield do here?
Not much.
Not much.
Oh, there we go. So great minds think alike.
Well, and again, I was building him up. I did not expect to see this this fall off from him.
I don't think he expected it either.
But it'll be interesting to see how he responds against the dragon if he gets there. I mean, going second in a leg where they're tied in averages is not usually a recipe for a W.
Yeah, typically not. And Rich has started to make a stand here. So now Porterfield's going to be a little bit under the gun. And as soon as he's under the gun, he starts firing away.
Another 9 mark in the leg.
And it took that 7 from Rich to push him. Got a little bit of a battle now. Disturbance needs this trip to connect. Doesn't regain the point lead here. Great last
Oh, he
start there.
does find it.
Gets that point lead back. But every time Porterfield looks like he's starting to slip behind, he just snaps right back into form. It's so consistent of when he snaps back into form.
Point lead as he comes back to the board. But if we know anything about him, it's probably going points.
A very conservative player in his strategy. Servants wants to take a shot. I know he does. He just hasn't given himself the right opportunity to do so.
We've talked a lot about Porterfield, but Rich has done a great job in this leg, at least, staying within touching distance.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, as we've said, he is a player that has that ability and it has obviously deserved his spot to get to this point. I mean, he's had to win his matches, right? But it's one of those. It's just those off rounds are a little too off in comparison to what we typically see, and those big rounds come out of nowhere. Just getting that dialed in, getting those bad rounds a little raised up, and getting the more consistent rounds in between. I think it would put him as a major threat, and not just the threat he has already been. Rich wants to get the 9, trip 15 to get the look at the 7.
He split the difference.
His dart wanted to go to both. Third 9 mark there for Mike Porterfield.
How about that? The final nail, or the second to last nail in the coffin, methinks, for this one.
To the Bulls.
Double.
And gets it. You called it there.
Yes, excited to see that that king seat match. That is going to be a battle between those two guys. We see Don Stewart in the background there. Who else can we see back there? Who else is still kicking around the hall?
Well, let's take a little bit of a more eagle eye type look there and see what we got going on. We got a handful of guys still kicking, especially on the loser side of the bracket as they're starting to catch back up to where they need to be. You got Josh Slom, Jason Smith, Levi Bilger, Jeff Summits. You also have Don Stewart, Joe Jones, Rich Sturbins as well, and Joe Hedrick, of course. Well, guys, coming up next, king seat match here for the pro bracket. Jules Van Dongen taking on Mike Porterfield here. The one that we were kind of hyping up as a potential king seat match is now going to be potentially underway here in just a moment. Not potentially. It'll definitely be underway in just a moment. Be right back, guys. Here we go. The King Seat underway in our pro cricket singles bracket here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for the 30th Regional Tour, brought to you by Arachnid 360. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon to watch this amazing matchup and probably the most hyped matchup of the day so far, Jules Van Dongen versus Mike Porterfield.
Yeah, this is the one that probably when we started the day, everyone may have picked as a potential final pairing. So excited to see these two square off and see what kind of standard we can get out of both of them for these legs.
Yeah, you said it when we were calling the last game there with Mike Porterfield. Jules has probably the highest gear in the room, but Mike Porterfield has been the most consistent guy on the day. It's about which factor matters more here between these players and what really comes into play.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're seeing, or what we will watch play out here in this King Seat match.
Jules was quick to switch over to those 18s, but doesn't get the close. A little bit of a risk taken and not much reward found. See if Mike Porterfield's able to capitalize.
Yeah, that's one of the shots that we've seen Jules make a couple of times now, where been under 3 marks a turn.
Makes no mistake this time, Jules goes right for that close as soon as he gets that point lead back, then back on over. Getting out in front by 32 points. Porterfield down to the 17s. Jules quick on the switch again.
Porterfield needs to find a playground here.
Yeah, I did go up to Mike Porterfield and Jules before this match, and what Porterfield told me, because I said, man, you're like really celebrating in there, as the board has an error here, so they're going to fix that real quick. I was like, man, you're really celebrating. He's like, yeah, kind of bit me though. And I was like, why is that? He's like, I think I pulled something in my other arm. Thankfully, it wasn't my throwing one.
Now what? Was he serious?
He said it definitely it felt sore after, and he's not an out of shape guy. So I was wondering how serious he was, but I don't know if he's messing with me or not. But that's what he said. And then the second thing was, did you make some jokes about Tyler Little while he's playing on the stream? That was the second comment he had to make with me. So
so down 26. He's making inroads. He's going to come away from the board up 4. Now, the only thing that were you commentating on South Carolina with us, or was that
I was
just
not
DJ
in
and
South
I?
Carolina.
So yeah, one of the things that we saw over and over again with the comeback Mike completed against Doug Boehm was he refused to take chances and would continue to score, which would let Doug push ahead, and he never would chuck that one at the close. And I'm wondering how long he's going to fight 15s against 20s before he takes that shot in this scenario.
Yeah, that Doug Mike match, wasn't that in New York?
Oh, is that where it was?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, no, wait, I do remember that. You were saying it, I was like, this sounds familiar. Yeah, that was in New
Well,
York.
New York makes more sense for Doug to be a part of it. But yeah, I just remember distinctly in that match, he's just not um, taking chances, and and as soon as he did, he was able to turn the tide in those matches because it wasn't that Doug was playing poorly. It was just a straight strategy issue.
Yeah, and that was one of the things where he watched it back, and he came up to me the next day, and he's like, "You guys were absolutely right, by the way." After hearing what you guys had to say and looking at it, makes sense.
Oh, interesting. I didn't get that feedback. I'm glad I'm glad he felt that way.
Yeah, no, he did feel that way. Yeah, because it was DJ the next day, so you didn't get to hear the rebuttal, but he did say that. That is true.
Well, there's your answer. He took a whack.
Jules wants won this first leg here. Needs 2 more bowls. Porterfield with an outside chance here. Needs 5.
Porterfield really good at these bullseyes. Ah,
Hey, let's have a big come on. I can even hear it from the stream room to here to the board there. So really fired up in this one. Jules to take leg number 1 here. Jules is an interesting case study on his soft tip strategy because a year and a half ago, over in TOC when he was playing that CSI final against Leonard Gates, he ended up from getting almost triple dipped, then fought all the way back. But the reason he was getting triple dipped is because he was playing that hyper aggressive close only strategy. And since then, in the last year and a half, he's made so much focus on his soft tip game where he's just playing more of a traditional point close style.
I remember that match. I think I was in the comments on that. I didn't think he stood an one iota of a chance the way he was playing. Again, not because of the number of marks he was hitting, but where he was hitting those marks.
Absolutely, and yep,
ended up Leonard made some mistakes late, and he was able to pull it out.
Porterfield pulls out a 9 there. Great shot, and the crowd is all interested in this match. Don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of Porterfield chants going on out there. These walls are not particularly thick, so I can hear a lot of what's going on out there, and there's a sizable portion cheering for Porterfield right now.
Now, when you say chant, are they PDC style? There's only one Mike Porterfield.
Yeah, walking in a Porter Wonderland. That's actually what they're doing.
Or what kind of chants are we talking about here?
All right. Well, chant was maybe too generous of a word, as we're getting more of a woo-hoos and Q-Soul babies.
I thought I was missing out.
There it was woohoos, as that was a huge 7 mark there for Porterfield.
Well, and again, you can tell a much different reaction from Jules, like the nod of acknowledgement in this match.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. Body language definitely different. Can Porterfield send us to a last leg decider? Does so. And the crowd is going, clapping, and cheering. Jules gives a nod of respect there and says, hey, show me one. Gets in the bull, but Jules can use that to his advantage as well.
Yeah, that actually makes the bull a little bit bigger. Yep.
Yeah, clicks right off the
Rode it
barrel.
right in.
Right in indeed. Well, this is the tiebreaker right here. This would be for a massive advantage going into the final. You want to have that seat position here. Who's going to get their ticket into the final first? Jules Van Doggen or Mike Porterfield? Let us know in the chat. Oh, that's an unfortunate open for Jules, and Mike's going to be keen to capitalize.
Oh, he does find the corner.
Needed that one, too.
Does he go up? He does.
Yeah, right shot there from Jules. Porterfield only up at 1 point with no houses. Gonna have to open up something.
Yeah, I think we'll see a switch over to the 18.
Yeah, that first start was real awkward for him on that placement. You saw he kind of tried to compensate on the second and third, and they just kind of went low from where their target was, and Jules getting a small iota of control. And increases his lead ever so much.
Yeah. All comes down to this first dart.
I think that first start, if it was in the trip, could potentially grab the 18s and 19s there.
Yeah, would have definitely, I would assume, taken away the 18. But Jules up a number, or up a point. Looking to extend that now, but only 2 singles. So door's still ajar for Mike Porterfield here.
That's a great stack after that first, and follows it in on third as well. So 7 mark there. Porterfield breathing some life into this game. A huge last start there from Jules to regain that point lead, but Porterfield again within striking distance. So he helped close that gap, did what he planned to do.
Yeah, just needs to make sure that he keeps plugging away, too. An 18 maybe? No, continues to see, and this is where I start to worry, because is he ever going to get far enough ahead with Jules scoring behind him to take those shots?
Yeah, certainly a point of contention indeed. Decides to take the shot there. Gets the 19s. Grabs the 18s as well. 21-point lead for Porterfield, pushing Jules to the 16s.
Great shot. When I saw him looking down at the bottom of the board, I did not expect him to start on the 19s there, so I thought he was going points. And look at this. Look at this. Porterfield now.
Oh, can you get the 15s? Doesn't quite get it, but puts himself in great position. Jules not out of the running yet. Can use that dart to his advantage. Seven-point game. Mike Porterfield already has that single 15, so he's going to pop some 15s and add some points. Oh, he goes for the bull in the last start.
Jules very good on these bullseyes. Oh. call that unlucky, and he's not going to use it to his advantage. And he throws it away.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh
I
my
don't like
gosh.
to see that at all. Something's not connecting quite the way he would like right now, and it shows. But I think he was giving too much information away there, and he shakes his head, knowing, hey, I just gave him a free shot, and I could have potentially set myself up. Porterfield's one bull away now, and Jules needs to make a stand. He needs to grab a couple bulls on. Yeah, won't be able to get the point lead. Kind of just chucks that last start away. Porterfield here to get his spot in the final and beats out the PDC Tour card holder. Does it. You can see crowds clapping, a handshake, a sign of respect between the gentlemen, and Jules will have to earn his spot in the final by fighting in the loser side to Mike Porterfield, making another Pro Bracket Finals appearance. Excited to see what's in store and see who comes back to play in this final. Will it be Jules? It could be Don Stewart, Rich Sturvins. Of course, you also have Joe Hedrick, Jeff Summits, or Jason Smith all in contention here.
I believe our 2 losers matches are underway. So we're going to have to wait until those complete. So it looks like we will get Joe Hedrick versus the winner of Jeff Summits and Jason Smith. That'll be the next full match that will be available.
Yeah, actually,
as Don Stewart. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it looks like Jeff Summits and Jason Smith haven't started, so we're going to be right back, guys. We're going to get them on over to the board real quick.
Good idea.
Be right back, guys. here we go, guys. We have some more action. This is going to be that 7th, 8th position on the losers side of the bracket. Jeff Summits versus Jason Smith. Winner will get Joe Hedrick. And when you're playing this long, you want this win real bad, so they're going to be trying to make a swing for it. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon. We just had a Red Bull, and we're ready to bring you some more action.
I wish I just had a Red Bull.
You say that, but then you would be up the rest of the night.
No, it's very true.
So it looks like Jeff Summits to start us off here first. So after that, I went up and talked with Mike and Jules, and Mike said, I think that might have been the biggest win I think I've ever had in darts. And I was like, well, you did also beat up on Doug in New York. And he's like, yeah, I guess that's about the same, but like this just felt like a more, and he really wanted it, and you couldn't wipe the smile off Mike's face. And Jules on the other end, he's like, man, that Porterfield guy's no joke. I don't care. I'm not going to blame the jet lag. I'm not going to talk about the 6 a.m. wake up time to get on the plane. That kid earned it. And when he shot that 6-0 the second leg, I just thought, okay, well, I'm going to get him in the third, and he never gave me the chance. There is a sense of good news, though, for any of the guys on this loser's side of the bracket. No matter who comes out on top, Mike Porterfield's already qualified for the ESPN shootout, which means the second place runner-up will get that qualification. So basically, it's a race to see who gets in the finals. Brandon Chappelle in chat asking, what time does the live stream start tomorrow? The live stream will start, the tournament starts at 10 a.m., so we try to start about 30 to 45 minutes after to get some of those first few hiccups out of the way and the first few darts out of the way. So I would say plan about 10:45 EST to get things going.
And you will be joined by the lovely, but yet less talented DJ Sayer tomorrow.
In what regard less talented? Because I don't know if it's darts.
Oh, it's definitely not darts. Definitely not darts.
So sitting in the third place match, Jules, of course. But in the fourth place match, Don Stewart sitting there, making a good run at it. And then, of course, Joe Hedrick sitting there as well.
Yeah, Joe awaiting the winner of this one.
So far, Jeff has just been pretty much on cruise control, just playing pretty standard laissez-faire type darts and doing what needs to get done each turn. Until I bring it up out loud.
Yeah, big opening here. I think the last time we saw Jason Smith on the feed, he kind of had it all his own way.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I say it sounds about right because we've been going at this for quite a while now.
Yeah, this was a big old bracket.
The biggest bracket we've ever had in the pro side.
I was trying to think which match we had him on earlier.
Let's see, I can pull that up real quick. Jason Smith played Josh Salam on our stream from Michigan.
JS versus JS. I do remember that.
Yes. Took me a second too. I had the cheat sheet that one. I'm not gonna lie. Birdman says, "Hi Nick, hope you've been well. I have been. PA's been treating me great. Excited to always be out here. It's definitely fun to be out here on the commentator side rather than the player side. Because let me tell you, I didn't win too many matches when I was on the player side out here last time.
Oh, you came to the Pittsburgh one?
Yeah, so I used to. What I would do was I would fly up to see my family in Ohio and then drive over and fly out of PA. So I did that 2 different times actually. So playing this one twice, and always had a good time at it. But because it honestly felt like the Florida BullShooter with the level of entries and talent.
Yeah, when I was playing, this is the one I always went to as well. Never went to Chicago until till I was just commentating.
Yeah, that was a tournament where I always told myself, once you make the pro list, I'm going to go out there and go at it. As Smitty hits a 9 mark there to get himself back in at the tail end of this leg. I always told myself, I'll make the pro list and then I'm going to go to Chicago. And then I realized I never made the pro list, and now I'm going to Chicago as a commentator or interviewer. I don't even know what I'm going there as, if I'm being honest.
Oh, I'm sure we'll find something for you to do. DJ and I certainly can't do any of the computer stuff that you can. So,
Yeah. Well, we'll be out there having fun. It'll be nice to have the whole gang together for sure.
well, what can Smitty do here? He can really turn this leg on its head.
Follows the
Does
9 with a
take the
2.
point lead. Yeah, just not the consistency he wants to see.
Yep. Jeff here just wants to defend his 20. I mean, statistically speaking, he should be favored in the long run here. When he goes to the 2015 battle, that is.
Well, yeah, because at this point, Smitty's going to need 4 for every 3 that Jeff hits. It all comes down to which ones during the turn go in. First dart triples are going to give you a heck of a lot more options. Here's a shot. Oh, it looked like he was between 2 mines there.
Yeah,
I don't know that he was looking up the entire time.
I agree with you. I was looking at his eyes to try to follow where he was going, and I wasn't convinced he was going up. I saw the shift, but that's why it went well low. Summits here instead takes the ingression and took a dart there at the 15s.
Yeah, leg we thought was pretty one-sided coming down to it.
On the bright side, the way the bracket is shaped up to be, we're going to have just a stream of matches. We know who's coming up next, and everyone knows that when this match is over, the next one's up. It's basically about King of the Hill almost. You just have to defend the board.
Yeah, if you make it, you win it, you stay.
Summits does get the close there on the 15s with a sigh of relief and a 20-point lead. 4 Bulls still leaves Smitty the shot for the game, though.
Jason does take a whack there.
Yeah, wanted to leave the 3-3.
Needs to score.
Ooh.
Yeah. Not the best board management there. Still going to take a nice shot from Smitty to make it hurt completely, but should have never been in this position.
Wanted that double desperately on the second, but unlucky on the third. Almost got the point lead there. Put some pressure on Jeff, but Jeff does have 3 darts to hit 2 bulls. Has to be careful, though.
One more for the leg.
Ooh, sigh of relief there for sure.
He gets there. Actually out-averaged there. But because he had the start, was able to overcome it. He's going to set the board up, and Smitty's going to get it started in the second leg here.
See what you got in store for us, Smitty.
And again, as you kind of broke down, winner of this plays Joe Hedrick. The winner of that plays Don Stewart. The winner of that plays Jules Van Dongen. And the winner of that get a chance to play against Mike Porterfield for the title.
I will say, considering this is the only match left going on in this whole tournament, I am impressed at the fact that we still have a fair amount of people in the room just hanging out to watch this and support their friends that are warming up still or currently playing.
Yeah, I don't know that I like anybody enough to stay up.
I would have stayed up for you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I was lying.
You didn't have to tell me so fast afterwards.
That's also true. You know, Joe Hedrick was talking with Larry out there, and he was like, when's Pro-Am start? What time do I have to? 10? You think I'm going to be up at 8 to get down here to warm up? No chance. So I think we're going to see some equivocal to Sunday morning darts tomorrow morning for some of these guys that are having a late night. The AMs will be nice and rested, though.
Jeff trying to take control of this leg, just not happening for him right now. Smitty, though, only 2 marks a turn, and he's still in it.
Yeah, this is certainly some fatigue showing for these guys. I mean, it's a long way to be fighting this to this point, and it just shows it's a true marathon, especially when you have this full of a bracket and this many people looking for that shot in the shootout. Lack of focus on that last start there just kind of got away from kind of wanted to just muscle memory it in after the first 2.
Yeah, Jason clearly not happy with his current form. And the power close from Jeff. 34 points. Smitty again is running out of real estate for turning this leg back around. He started it.
Just trying to get some points on the board or something. Jeff here can go ahead and just shut it down on the 16s if he wants. Does have an X on both of his houses, which is a factor to keep in mind, but as long as he stays true, he'll be fine.
Yeah, and we see him start throwing fat, making sure that he gets the close. Now that was good board management.
Jason's going to need to make this last stand here. 7 market was what he needed to get back into the mix. And a 2 will not cut it there. So Jeff, 1, 2, 3 for a 3 house and point advantage into the Bulls to win 2 straight.
Oh, just not enough at 252 to get it up there all the way to the 18.
Yeah, if he had it hit, then he would have had a shot for the 6 Bulls, which is a very tough shot, especially on this board, but still would have been a leave. Summits is not going to mess around, adds a couple on top.
Yeah, can't blame him in that spot.
4 to 3
great
on the
shot.
Bulls. That is a huge shot.
Keeps it interesting.
Needs the double.
Jeff needs a double. Oh, he doesn't find it.
He hits us with an old
So
fiddlesticks.
Aw, shucks.
Aw, shucks. Good grief. Smitty, 4 for the save. We're on. We're on.
Oh, nice bed. Oh.
Unfortunate on the last. Ooh, Summits needs a course correct there. He was not happy with how that one left his hand and does. Again, a sigh of relief. Neither of these guys are going to be too happy with their performance there. You can kind of see it in their demeanor, but they got the job done, and we're not going to waste any time here. It is going to be Joe Hedrick versus Jeff Summits here. Joe Hedrick's literally off to the side right here. He's been warming up, eye on the match, just waiting for it to be ready because he is ready to get things going here, and we're ready to keep the action coming. So don't go far, folks. Literally just moments away from more darting action. Here we go. Once again, Jeff Summits trying to climb the summit, needs to be king of the hill if he wants to get to the final, defending his position on the board. Going up against Joe Hedrick, who gave a great performance against Jules Van Dongen earlier in the stream here. It's the 5th, 6th position match. Winner of this will go on to play Don Stewart here. I'm Nick the Sheriff, joined by Gordon Dixon.
Hey, we're getting down to it here.
Yeah, we certainly are. Skinny in the chat says, welcome everyone to the Mike Porterfield Invitational.
Certainly playing well.
And he is, and he's been a real consistent performer. I'm telling you, it's the shoes.
It just may be the shoes.
I'm going to give you guys a little reminder. You can get all your BullShooter gear and accessories at Spider360.com. Don't forget to follow Spider360 on Facebook and Instagram as well. Facebook.com/Spider360home. Joe goes ahead and grabs a bull there. What do you think about that? We were talking about some pop shots of the bulls earlier.
I don't hate it. It's a little out of place in this, just overall. But no, hey, you got to hit them all by the end of the match, anyways. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I'm on the same wavelength with you. It's not that it's bad or anything. It just could have been a mark better spent somewhere else. In this case, seems inconsequential as he's rushing along here and gets another bull and sets himself up for the outshot on the next go, barring Jeff hitting a 6 mark on the 16s or 15s.
Nice follow there. Still gonna have a lot of work to do, but a big step forward in accomplishing it.
Brian and Chet saying, do they stop the event due to time? No, we will be covering this to completion here. Big shot there for Summits. Starting to get a little bit of life back in this leg. Joe doesn't want to relax too much. What a last start there for Summits. I do have to remember here, it is winding down, and like I said, the walls are thin, so not only can I hear them clearly, I'm starting to think maybe they can hear me.
Certainly maybe an issue.
Not for them, not for me. I'll still scream, but like it'll be awkward after. Jeff keeps closing along here and is completely starting to flip this around almost. Joe's still in it, especially with that X on the Bulls, but lost a lot of his advantage. See, when Joe's throwing, I can talk as loud as I want. He has headphones in.
No danger there.
Oh, great last start. Summits has really picked it up here.
Joe only finding 3. And 3 of the same from Jeff. And this leg will be over.
Which I really didn't expect considering the start of it.
Oh, look at him. Oh.
Yeah, that's a big let off too, because Joe now 2 bowls and gets a swing at the double 16.
Yeah, hits a double bull, and he's got 2 fats to win it. Big first start here. He's going to have to hit a double or triple.
Oh, to save the leg.
Oh, I didn't even realize it was the
score was tied. Yeah, my math was off there.
Yep, I didn't even put that together. I just thought he needed 2 to take the lead. You don't have to.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
You can just tie. So
that's the commentator's fatigue there, because we were both like, yeah, that sounds about right. 2 bowls probably. Oh man, well, hey, Joe's able to save the leg where again he was well in front, and Summits just played everything right to get back in, and fortunately fell short 1 dart away. Needed a single bowl. He's going to fight in this one. Austin Brasswell in the chat saying, Nick, don't forget to set your alarm. Listen, I may have done that this morning. Last night, I got to the alarm page. Went on there and didn't hit set. I just left it on that page and woke up a little bit later than I anticipated. Well, that's not an option. I need every rest I can get, and I'll be here bright and early.
I took a nap this afternoon in preparation for knowing we were probably going to be up a little later. And it was interrupted by my 4-year-old running in the room. And it was one of those, like, I almost had a headache. I was so far gone. And then he jumps on me to wake me up. I didn't know where I was for a half a second. It was a good sleep, man. It was a hard sleep.
And then a rude awakening.
Yes. Am I supposed to fight right now? What's going on?
You're like, all right, well, it's been a good run, but time to pump my kid 40 yards. Well, Jeff completely started turning around. The last couple, the last match in particular, in the start of the last leg, he was well off the area of what you would expect someone to be this late into the bracket, and he's getting a second wind of some kind because his game has picked up a substantial amount and is playing to a better standard and pushing Joe around.
Yeah, certainly making Joe play better. But he leaves the 18s open. And again, Joe gifted an opportunity here. May choose the 20. Does not choose the 20. Jeff does the bare minimum there, takes the point lead, and closes down the 18. And the old honey pot. Joe's 17s.
Yeah, able to get 5 in there, get that 26-point advantage. But Summits has the 20s in his pocket. Just to give all the YouTube listeners a heads up, if you're still on YouTube, or excuse me, if you're on YouTube, you don't have to worry about anything. If you're on Facebook, all my Facebook listeners, we are getting close to the 8-hour mark. So once this match finishes, the Facebook feed's going to go off for all of about 30 seconds, and then it'll kick right back on. So make sure to refresh and click on it, because once this match is over, we're going to reset that Facebook feed, because Facebook does not allow us to stream more than 8 hours at a time. And we will definitely be hitting that landmark tonight. If you're on YouTube, you don't have to press anything. You can just keep hanging out. As Cody says, unacceptable. You tell Zuckerberg that. Look at the honey hole. Loves those 17s.
Loading it up. Jeff going to have to do big things here on this 16.
Yeah, kind of starting to fall flat after a strong start in this leg, and Joe's been picking it up. He's going to want to get rid of these 16s here. Going to need all 3 to do so. And does so. Joe went for the double there. I think you can go for a little bit more of a layup than that. It was very aggressive dart and was well outside.
Yeah, absolutely no reason to do that right there. Could have continued to throw at the treble and miss outside there, and that would have been a single.
Didn't cost them too much, but it cost them 30 points, and every inch of ground does matter, especially when it's this late. Anything can really happen.
Joe with a little extra pepper on that second one. He's going to grab 17 more points.
Which does add a bowl, 55-point difference. This time I'm double checking my bowl math. Last leg was a little rough on it. Kerry Thraxon in chat.
So
I was going to say Kerry Thraxon in chat saying, Gordo, unnecessary flailing.
one bull away.
6 away for Jeff, though.
But, yeah, the shot is there. It'll just be a handful. There's 1/3 of it. Oh, you saw Joe was going to keep track for us. He knows it's late.
He knows anything's possible, but he looks like he's about to take this one 2 straight here. 1 bull. And binks it. Handshake there. A little smile. And a tap on the back as the next match is about to be underway here. Next up is going to be Don Stewart and Joe Hedrick duking it out to see who plays Jules Van Doggen, and then the winner of that to play Mike Porterfield here. Well, I want to make sure we get these players over here ASAP to the Rocky. So, what do you say, Gordon?
Yeah, sounds like a great idea. I was going to say, go wrangle them fellas, and yeah, let's get this next one started.
Alrighty, don't go far, folks. We'll be right back in just a moment. If you're on Facebook, the feed is about to reset. If it goes off, it'll be back up in 30 seconds. Just hit refresh. We'll be right back, guys. Told you guys it wouldn't take long, and welcome back if you're on Facebook as well. We got our 4th place match here. Joe Hedrick and Don Stewart duking it out. And, of course, I am Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon here.
I reset my Facebook, so when you started talking, it started coming through my headphones twice, and I was like, I can't, it's 3:30 in the morning. I can't do this.
One of Nick is already enough. I can't handle two.
Super excited for this one. Joe, Joe, obviously a good friend, an Ohio boy. We run the Buckeye Open together.
And Don Stewart's on the other end. I mean, that's a name in the game for sure. Someone I haven't had a chance to see in quite some time, and I'm curious to see what he brings to the table here. He's obviously had a good run so far.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, 15 years ago, Don was all over the place regionally.
And now he looks like he's almost in some form of dart retirement because he's just got the slides, the golf shirt on, and everything. He looks like he's just relaxed and hanging out.
Yeah, and the stroke, I don't know this for sure, but the stroke is indicating to me that maybe he had the yips
Yeah.
at one stage.
It's certainly indicating that. I mean, you can see the trouble of pulling the dart back and trying to get set, and also it rolling in his fingers a lot for the grip as well. But then once he gets that first one out, he just follows the momentum and the muscle memory for the next two.
Yeah, and that was the pace that I remembered. He was a very quick thrower and had a pretty big lean forward each time he was letting go of the dart too.
We'll see if it comes into play. There's obviously a little bit of board fatigue. I'm actually surprised Hedrick took as many warm-up darts as he did, considering he just came off a match and considering it's late. I almost want to conserve the energy at that point.
Yeah, some of that I just think is habit. You're like, oh, I got a match. I'm gonna stand here and throw for 5 minutes before we get started. Your brain's not like, hey, you might not have 5 more minutes worth of throwing in you.
Right. And we got a little bit of time left. By the time this finishes up, I'm going to wager it's going to be about 4:15 a.m. depending on how long that finals does take here, because we got about this match and then 2 to 3 after, depending on if there's a double dip or not. I will say though, regardless of yips or break or not, I don't understand playing in slides. That's the one thing I could never do it.
Now that I used to love, I used to love playing in sandals.
Oh, really?
Yep.
To each their own.
Yeah, I have there's no uh, explicable reason why that is,
Well, they're
but
comfortable. A good
I
reason.
do always remember playing and liking throwing in slides.
I guess I can't give too much of a hard time on the slides, considering when I play darts at the house, I very rarely bother to put on shoes.
Oh, see, that's another thing. Like when I used to practice, like I would wear. I mean, not the same pants and shirt. I wouldn't fully dress up in my named shirt when I practiced each time, but the shoes, like I would be. I mean, if I was throwing in my house, like even if I was just in my underwear and a t-shirt, like I'm wearing the shoes, my dress shoes to practice in.
I love that. I love that. Unfortunately, I don't get to play in my boxer briefs, and considering my board's in the living room, and my roommates asked me not to do it anymore. I will say though, I did make a New Year's resolution. made a couple. I've followed through on one of them, which is practicing darts every day, and I'm playing 1 to 3 hours a day on the steel board, and finally posting some averages where I'm like, you know what? I'm not as bad as I remember. I'm still terrible for the record, but it's been a lot of fun actually getting into just playing again every day.
That's all it takes, man.
That's it.
Repetition.
And hey, I know a 65 in steel isn't the most crazy average in the world, but I'll take it over the 50 I was throwing before I started practicing again.
Hey, you keep putting 15 on your average, you'll be somewhere in two cycles or whatever it did to get you to 65.
Yeah, in 2 years, I'll be Jules, and 3 years, I'll be Luke Littler. It's
Well,
exciting.
there you go. There you go.
It just goes to show, though, the secret to anybody that asks, how do you get good at darts? What's the deal at next level? It's just constructive practice consistently. That's all it is. And you don't have to play for 8 hours a day. Most pros will not play for 8 hours a day, but when you have your practice, making your practice worthwhile and not just chucking at the board for a little bit of time because you feel like you have to.
So still lots of options. Joan just needs them to start coming in. See him throw his hands up.
Yeah, I'm feeling frustrated, but I mean, you have to find that 15 on the last third, and he almost gets in the trip. It was a well thrown dart, but with the X on the Bulls, it really didn't leave him room to play around with other options until he had the point lead.
Yeah, best case scenario here, Don only finds 2, flights out or gets frustrated and throws at points. Good board management there. Takes care of it with a big safe one there at the end.
Yeah, forcing Joe to hit the game shot or go on to game 2 is basically the option. Yeah. Not going to be happy with that visit as Don only needs 1 bull to move on to game number 2 with advantage. Gets it.
You got there.
I do want to give a huge shout out to everybody that's been watching along here. The fact that we have 300 plus people tuning in right now, and we just reset that Facebook feed. So 165 of you just clicked within the last 10 minutes here to watch this one. Huge shout out to everybody that's been watching along and tuning in. Jules Van Dongen to face the winner of this one, and then Mike Porterfield sitting in the finals. Thank you guys for staying up late tonight. Or if you're in California, just a little past your bedtime.
Yeah, good call out. That says a lot about who's in here. Oh yes, Andrew, I know. 3:30 in the morning. I do not see this 3 o'clock very often anymore.
Well, in PA, it's not 3:30. It's only 3:29 here.
Ooh, I am not in the mood for those kind of jokes.
I had the feeling that was a deafening silence, not just like a normal one. I'm just going to try to get these 19s opened up. If he gets a trip and a single, I would hope he takes a shot at the 20 as well. Jay Jordan, appreciate the love in the chat. Wes asking a question, but he's asking if some guy named Danny will be a commentator. Now, I don't know who that is. Danny Baggish? Yeah, never heard of her. Gary says, good morning. Thank you again for tuning in, everyone.
I would definitely call that person a D-bag.
Truly is. Give him credit, though. He's not too bad at Texas Hold'em. Darts, he's definitely rusty in. Get a chance to actually commentate him and Chrissy playing in the WCS final on Monday, which is why I have a 6 a.m. flight Monday morning. Taking on Cheyenne Richards and Ram Guevara. So, really fun final there.
Chrissy holds your queen seat in that one?
Yes, she won in a 9-8 tiebreaker win.
Oh, Andrew, with a 3-hour drive, and I'm not even done yet. There is no way, my man.
As Donald makes a good point, Jet. Kazoo Masters is going to be on pretty soon here. I don't know what the X on his 18s wants to find as much as he can get. Decides to pivot off after 2 and goes for the bull there. I don't like it in this situation. The X on the 18s, you expect him to go. I guess he's preferring the bulls over the 16s or 15s for scoring, but we'll see if it pays off.
Yeah, honestly, that's something that Don has had in his game for as long as I could remember.
That's a good placement on the first. Able to find 3.
Joe gonna get sucked in, and he's back to his orange darts.
I don't get the dart change of. I know it's a commonality that we've seen in this game, but it's one of those things where I don't mind doing it in between days of tournaments, but definitely not during a match.
Yeah, no, this is a game of millimeters. Peter Wright is the outlier, not the rule. Don't do that.
He switched right back there.
Yeah, and it didn't help him at all.
So Don's going to need 4 bulls here to get to the point lead, or a combination of bulls and 15s, because he does have that mark on it. Decides to go the 15 route.
Somebody in the chat said Don's dipping Oreos, and I cannot stop thinking about that. Every time I see him get ready to throw that first dart.
Oh, no. Why'd you have to read that one? Now I'm thinking about it.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to share. And Joe, short again. Don not quite in full striking position, but could certainly start to turn this around.
Joe's going to grab these 16s here. He has the X on him.
He keeps messing around with that bullseye. That's what Don's looking for. Looking for you to waste starts at the bull.
That first one goes well low, but it's quick to correct. Not enough, though. Joe just needs to close one of the two. I would prefer the 15s here. He's going to go with the bulls. Because you're absolutely right. I think a part of it was kind of convincing him to waste some darts at the bull. And there doesn't get the close base. For all intents and purposes, kind of first two darts don't count for much. And gives an opportunity now for Don to really do some damage and get himself back in here.
Well, yeah, Don's got a winning shot. Yeah, he's got a finishing shot here.
I will say, and I haven't checked the math on this as I haven't been paying as much attention as I should, but considering the hitch and the fact that he throws his second and third dart so more fluently, I wonder how many first darts are actually really connecting where he wants rather than a second dart triple or a third dart triple, or in this case, a double bull.
Now Don's got the 15s. Still had a game shot. Shake of the head as he retrieves them. 3 fat 15s will do it for Joe Hedrick.
Yeah, send it into a last leg decider here. Neither of these guys quite ready to go to bed yet, as they're still fighting here. We'll say, though, Don's diddling been on point.
Don was, I keep talking in the past tense. I just haven't seen him for a while, and from the chat, it looks like he's been trying to come back here for some time. But he was always an excellent bull shot.
It shows throughout his game and his strategy decisions as well. It looks like Don did get it there. Andrew, you were absolutely right. Joe is on the beatboxes this weekend. Well, Don, last leg to scenario. Four mark there for Joe. Wanted that last one real bad, but not a bad response by any means.
This is our loser takes fourth match. So we've got Jules Van Dongen waiting in the wings for the winner of this one. And then Mike Porterfield, if you're just joining us, waiting for the winner of the losers bracket.
You can see Jules in the background throwing at the board right back there. Looks like there's a person there keeping him warm as well. There's 108 people in this field. We're down to 4. Our biggest pro singles bracket that we've had at any of our tours, according to Brad. I always say that in case it's wrong.
Give yourself an out. I like it.
I'm learning. You guys are teaching me these tricks one step at a time here.
Oh, slack shot there from Don. Is that the opening that Joe needs? Want to find a triple, but a fat'll do. He's now 2 numbers and 15 points up.
So Don's going to have to make it stand now on the 17s. Grit's the first. No fanfare needed. Just needs to keep staying true on it. And doesn't get at least a single after the trip to get that point lead back. I can tell you, Joe really felt deflated after the Jules match because he wanted it that badly. He truly did want in his heart of hearts, and he'll be itching up this opportunity. And I don't think fatigue will be a factor for Joe because of how excited he'll be to have this opportunity once again to play against Jules.
Great first start there from Don. And again, not able to follow it up. Incredible.
And it hurts once again, same fashion. 3 big singles is all that was needed for Joe. Wasn't pressed to do any more or any less.
Don go to the Bulls, or does he go to 15s?
I would prefer to see him go to Bulls, if I'm being honest. He would prefer it as well. Gets 4. Great shot from Don Stewart. As someone in the crowd yells, "Come on, Big D." Joe really wants to go right for this bull here. If he felt like he had to move, considering the 2 houses or the open 15s, I don't think forcing it there is the move, especially on this board. That double is only so many holes to hit, you know?
Yeah, no, completely agree. I think he's just worried about Don getting on a roll.
Oh, certainly the bulls are the scariest thing on the board for Don to have. I wholeheartedly agree, but I don't know. We'll see what Joe does here. I assume as soon as he gets the point lead, he's going to take a swing. 4 19s will do.
He's not going to find it. So clean shot for Don. Does he take the 18s? Does he shoot the 15s and get another number?
There's not really a wrong decision here. If he can find that first start trip, he'll be keen to try to take the whole thing here. Stay on it for the close, and does, forcing Joe to have to close and to get 2 15s after. So a 5-mark minimum for Joe to keep going in this tournament. Needs to kick it between the uprights. And does so. What a last dart.
All right. Still a finish opportunity. There's no doubt in my mind that Don's throwing at that 15 as soon as he's got a bullseye. May not now. May just stay on the... Oh, and he does find a double. What a last dart. What a last dart. 48-point lead.
Yep, and that's why it's a huge dart. That is just the right amount of points here to make this tricky for Joe. A 4-mark needed now to keep that point lead. Good marker for him. Oh, but he got caught up.
Oh, just high. And he doesn't find even a single. So here we go, 3 15s.
For the match. There's 1, 2, and 3. Don Stewart does it, beating out Joe Hedrick in what was a marathon affair to get to this 3rd place match here to face off against Jules Van Doggen, the Dutch Dragon. You can see the room is teetered out. Most people in bed, but a couple diehard friends, fans, and family hanging out still with us. I'm excited for this next one here. Jules is right there warm on the board. I don't expect Don Stewart to go too far. So that means everyone in chat, you guys can't go too far either. It's going to be time for that 3rd place match to see who plays Mike Porterfield in the final.
Go wrangle him up, bro.
Hey, that's it. I'm running. I'm speed walking at best, but heading there now. We'll be right back, guys. They weren't wasting any time here. Third place match is about to start and underway. Jules won the diddle and is starting us off here. Of course, Don Stewart, which we just saw in the previous one, besting Joe Hedrick in the last leg decider here. I'm excited to see how this one plays out.
This one should be a doozy. It'll be interesting to see how Jules is dealing with sitting, and the pace of this play will also be a factor. Now, how much of a factor is TBD?
We'll see. I know Jules is, like I said earlier, feeling the fatigue a lot. 6 a.m. flight to get over here, and that would mean that, barring the Johnny Lackey nap he took on the plane, he's close to 24 hours. Jesse, I appreciate the kind words there. Skinny, no, Jules has not won a spot. So since Mike Porterfield already has a spot in the ESPN Invitational Shootout, the winner of this effectively decides who gets the invitation.
I wonder if we would see a, because I'm sure that's the point of this for Jules.
It absolutely is.
I'm wondering if there would be a, hey, I'm going to bed after this match.
You would potentially think that, right? And I don't blame you, but Mike Porterfield's real eager to play. Like, he's the one guy in the room that doesn't look tired at all. Like, he's on cloud 9 right now. I feel like Jules would look at him, see him that excited, and I don't know how you would say no to that. Good on him. Porterfield's really loving the game today. Out of everybody in their demeanor, he seems to be the one having the most fun.
Well, yeah, the guy that's winning the singles events. I said at the top of the broadcast, like, that's what everybody's here for.
It's true.
Like, you can say, like, hey, I really want to play with my girl in triples, or I've got a really good AM. Like, all of that is definitely part of it. But if you're not there to win singles, then I don't know. I don't know what you're doing.
Couldn't agree more. Singles is always where it's at and where you truly test yourself. I honestly feel like there's less pressure as a player in singles, other than the fact of this with the given carrot on the stick at the end of it. But singles compared to doubles or triples play, because I was always one to worry about underperforming for my partner's sake, rather than when I'm in singles, it's just about me and the board and what my opponent makes me or doesn't make me do.
Oh, the worst events I ever played were youth events, where someone was like not playing with their father because I came to a tournament or something unset. Those were horrifying events because they were usually on like Saturday morning before the event even started, or Sunday morning. And I've already expressed my my feelings on Sunday morning darts.
Which you have.
And then, yeah, you just you absolutely stink for this child who is like, Dad, I thought you said this guy was good.
Oh, and they'll tell you too, especially if you get a real like young youth player. Dad, what happened?
Oh yeah, they're like, I'm sorry, you lost. He's like, but you said that guy was good.
He's supposed to be the very best of them all.
Yeah, so I found out, like, what I would do is the older kids, those are the ones that you wanted to play with, because in most of those events they had to take it out. So then you were just a score, you were just a horse. You could just score, and then step out of the way and let them take it out.
Yeah, those adult youth events and just youth events in general are what got me into the game and what got me that initial spark for the love of the game. And I make it an effort to this day, if there is a youth event at a tournament that I'm going to play or work at, to either watch, play, or chalk for the youth. I try to not to chalk as much, because I did have a flyby dart that hit the scoreboard and almost took out my eye. But hey, listen, it's what it's about, getting the youth in the game.
100%. Jules well below what we were expecting here.
Yeah, he's feeling the fatigue a lot. It just shows in his demeanor and everything as well. He's going to have to pull it together because, again, he came here to get that spot. He wants to get it done today. And Don, I mean, let's be honest. I told not that he, again, I immediately recognize his name, and a lot of people do. I mean, he is a titan of the sport, in my opinion, but he's definitely making a dark horse appearance considering his hitch and his history after coming back into the game. So to see him do this well and potentially be one game away if he wins this one to getting an ESPN spot would be really cool to see.
See his reaction there. Oh, good second. But just like we just saw, Don Stewart 3 fat 15s away from taking this one home.
Don Stewart there gets it one leg away from a finals berth, or Jules, if he can deny it, will bring it to one last leg decider if he wins this. It's all about setting the pace here and Jules to get a little bit more comfortable and kind of just trust the rhythm and muscle memory given the hour and how long they've played.
Yeah, Jules may be his own worst enemy here. Maybe expecting a little bit more than what is even needed at this point.
Yeah, it's just and every player should know your highest gear is not going to be what you're always attuned to given situations, circumstances, and just sometimes the way the wind blows. It's about just being dialed in and hitting those key rounds, and Jules is aware of that. He knows he doesn't need to be the 9 mark every time guy right now. He knows that right now what wins is the guy that can hit the 4 mark every time.
Much better from Jules so far this leg. Point, close, point.
Jason Alberts, you can say whatever you want. We're just happy to have you here in the chat.
Barely, Andrew. Barely.
Don does get the 17s close, but only gets another additional 17 points on top. So Jules in control in this one so far, looking to just shut down these 17s and keep moving. Don's going to try to make a stand here. I would presume on the Bulls, given the track record. And he does go right at him. Last one either got away from him or maybe he was indecisive on taking a swing up.
Jules very much a good bull shot as well. Don's still in there fighting. Trouble 15 will send us to a decider here. There it is.
Good course correction there from Jules. Don not wasting any time getting up to the line for this diddle. Good placement. 2 holes.
Another
inside.
good cork.
Yeah.
But definitely plenty of room for improvement. Oh.
Well off the mark there for Jules. And Don with his consistent corks is going to get this advantage here. It's about taking advantage of the advantage. Yeah, that was not good. All right. What do you got in store for us, Stuart? How about a 7 mark?
It's a solid start, right?
It's decent.
Oh, Don trying to stay aggressive. Says, oh, shucks, as he goes to get his darts.
You can see the general feeling in the room here from our last remaining BullShooter staff members that are conscious.
That's a little stank face.
they are mean mugging this 3rd place match, I'll tell you what.
Oh, that just woke me up a little bit.
Chris in the chat making a good point. This could be a CSC Challenger Series matchup, as there's a rumor that both these guys are going to be in it, although technically, as long as you ignored Maloney's post, the invitees have not been announced yet. But yes, this could be a potential CSC match.
Jules just not able to stay straight.
Big close there for Don. Does the bare minimum of what you need to do. Just grab that second house. Take advantage of your 43 points that you already have ahead.
Great first. It just felt like he was zeroing in there.
See what Jules is able to do here. This is a good opportunity to make some damage happen. Finds the 17s, can close the 18s if he wants. Decides to stay down for more. Oh, but just catches the other side of the wire there.
Jules trying to stay up for this match. Quite literally.
And you can see the demeanor there. You saw the first start trip, and the second single just starts shaking his head. .8 difference is all that separates Don Stewart and JVD. So with those extra marks Don has, I mean, this is like an amazing position for him.
He buries the treble 20.
Oh, great response. JVD finds 7.
Yeah, really needed that. Needs one more of these slack turns from Don. Don, always tough one to put away. Oh, and that was best case scenario.
That was the best case scenario. Jules, if he gets that point lead, needs to consider taking a look at some of these other houses.
Maybe up to the 18. Maybe over to the 20.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot from the Dutch Dragon.
It was a big shot.
This one mark will come into play for Don here. Helps him out just a little bit.
What's the saying? The turns have tabled?
If you were watching The Office, then that is correct. 2 points down. Jules, take advantage. He's going to have to.
Oh, he's going to go for the close.
4-3 on the Bulls here, and Don's been amazing on the Bulls.
Yeah, Don with a shot here. Don can win the game right here. What a hucklebuck this would be.
To get into the ESPN Invitational Shootout. Yeah, I agree with the switch. Those first two had left no room for the Bull.
So 3 Bulls to send Jules Van Dongen to the Invitational and the final. And there it is.
It's a done. A handshake, a nod, and Jules he gives a little extra fist pump thereafter because he was real frustrated, real fatigued, and does what needs to get done. You can see Porterfield's already walking over. You got the last 2 awake BullShooter staff besides us over there making sure there's no time wasted. Quick picture getting taken for the 3rd place, and then here we are. It's finals time. It's Mike Porterfield and Jules Van Dongen, a rematch of the King Seat match. The reason we're all still awake, the reason there's 344 plus of you tuning in, this match for the finals is about to take place here in just a moment's time. Less than 5 minutes till start time, guys. We'll be back in just a moment. Here we go. Told you guys it wasn't going to take long. And finals time, Jules Van Doggen and Mike Porterfield duking it out here to see who will hold that first place trophy. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon for 1 to 2 more matches.
Is that my name?
Is that Gordon Dixon? I said that, Gordon, right?
Is it Gordon Dixon? I don't know. I've never seen 4:15 from this direction yet.
Well, maybe the Gordon Dixon's the friends we made along the way.
No, excited to watch the conclusion of this. We've already got Trish qualified for the BullShooter Invitational. We're gonna do the men's spot here as we see a big 9 mark from Jules, who wants to keep us up even later. It's got a second wind.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a second one from that start, but Porterfield has not been slacking off. He's been over on the sideboards throwing. He has been in high energy. It hasn't really been slouching or slumping or showing signs of the fatigue. So I definitely don't think it's as big of a factor, or if it is, he isn't showing it on the outside. Josh asking, how many games played tonight for each shooter? I mean, you had to win, I believe, 8 matches to get to the final at minimum on the winner's side. So to get there, 7 matches, 8 if you include this. So Mike would have had to win 8 best of 3s. Jules had to win an additional 1 to get back. Barring first round buys. I didn't check that far. Both guys in the 5s at 4 in the morning. I might actually throw up in my mouth.
Yeah, that's pretty good. How about a niner? How about a niner Hucklebuck here?
He certainly wanted to. There's 2 holes out of the trip.
Good last. All right, here we go. This would hurt. How's he going to choose to shoot it?
Great first. Yeah, I think you shot that in the right order there. I mean, you could have taken an extra dart upstairs instead. And when you're facing 20 and 18s versus 15s, that's not a bad idea at all. But he drilled that first 15 with no hesitation, so it ended up being all right. Although Jules wants to take those 15s.
Yeah, Jules being much more aggressive.
He's tired. I think for Porterfield, it's a sense of pride to play Jules, given his interaction with me after the King Seat win. And so he wants to win because he knows the name. And I think Jules, while obviously still wants to win, is also well aware, hey, job's done. I qualified. I'm ready to keep going and get this going and get this to bed because he knows that he has to play in less than 6 hours.
Yeah, there's no way I play this match.
I don't blame you either. Cheyenne Richards, go to bed. What are you doing here? This isn't the right stream. Texas is over.
Oh, the fight back from Mike Porterfield is real.
It is, and the crowd is, as earlier, very heavily in Porterfield's favor.
Well, it's a hometown crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't have an issue with it for the record, and Jules doesn't either. He's listening to some Eurocore dubstep in his earbuds right now. He can't hear it.
That, by the way, is the worst thing to happen to darts in a very long time since Raymond Van Barneveld. The
Earbuds?
walk on song
Oh, yeah, that's
for
fair.
him and Dirt. Oh my gosh, stop it!
when I interviewed him right after his CSI win in 2022, I went out on the floor and I interviewed him as soon as he won. He was holding the trophy, and I said, "The people want to know, what were you listening to during that match?" And he looked at me and said, "America isn't ready." So
That's hilarious. He was absolutely right.
yeah, you're not wrong. Oh, the chat's lighting up right now. Good morning, everybody. Eagles takes leg number 1 there. 4-0 beats out the 4-4. This is still high quality darts. This is extremely high quality. 13-inch board, that is not easy to do. Not easy to do either when you're talking 8.5, almost 9 hours into an event. These guys continue to light up the board. I do appreciate that the jukebox hasn't been played too much as the room's cooling down, but some guy decided to just go ahead and put on the whole Back in Black AC/DC album, and I appreciate that. It's keeping everyone alive.
I was gonna say that sounds like more of a gift than anything at this point.
I'll take it.
Great shot by Jules.
Porterfield snaps right back and hits a huge close on the 18s on that last dart there.
We may have one that's just going to come down to the cork. Both these men taking their individual legs pretty straightforward. $85-point deficit.
David, I will not do that, but she seems to be having a good time. Why interrupt it? Joe's trying to work his way in. It's going to be hard to get around those. Don't want to get deflected like that. Oh, it just catches those darts and gets flung off to the side. Porterfield does clinical work there, closing up those 15s. Massive advantage. 113-point lead going into the Bulls.
Looking like a leg 3.
I think the most interesting thing is when Jules is behind, he's quick to just set up because he wants to immediately go back to throwing. And he was realizing he's setting up before the boards change over and has to stop and reset himself. But he only does that from behind from what I've noticed so far. Porterfield takes it. Jules not a respect there. On to the diddle. Jules to show.
Ooh, very winnable cork.
Such an important cork. Gets it. So Porterfield gets the start here. He has the seat. He can win it all. Needs to do it in this leg. Doesn't want to go to another best of 3 here. Honestly, I'm not even convinced Jules wants it to go to another best of 3 here. Excited to see what we have in store for us. Mike Porterfield, show us what you got, buddy.
I understand the switch there.
Even so, Jules looks like he's keen to make this one hurt. Collects a 9 there. Great shot from the Dutch Dragon.
See the fist pump. Oh, no triple. So coming off the 9er. Jules back to the 19 for some points. Yes, sir. 56 points. So 7 mark on the 17s. Be handy.
5
Oh, only 5.
Suffice. Yeah, that's not enough, but Jules, I mean, 6-5 on the leg so far. If he keeps up the standard, will force the next set to happen, guaranteed. Porterfield's still keeping himself within range this whole time at a 4-3-3.
Oh, there's an opening. Only a 2 mark.
Needs a 4 to get ahead. Big trip here needed. Not found.
Oh. So Jules with a little let off there. He is going to try to make it hurt. Porterfield's got to find a triple.
Knocked his own dart out. Just trying to get in there. Jules is expected to close here.
Almost best case scenario.
I don't think Porterfield's particularly phased. It's a case of some lucky deflections and wrong side of the wires in this game here. If it does go to another set, he knows he'll just have to continue to do what needs to get done. But Jules just coming back to life in this final, knowing how to turn it on and when to turn it on, apparently.
Mike all over those wires.
Jules is hugging the wire as well, decides to go fat for the last one.
Nice shot. Jules hasn't missed a lot of these, though. Hat trick to win is solidly in his repertoire.
Yeah, that's a great shot there, and time to do it again, boys. He's like, go ahead and show me one. Let's get going. That's a great diddle there for Porterfield. Awkward position to try to get. Can easily deflect darts. Yeah, Jules had to just throw over top and unfortunately doesn't connect. So Porterfield will get the start here. Here we go, guys. This is it. This is the last best of 3 of the whole tournament for Friday, at least. Technically, the Saturday morning events, as it feels like this point. And even despite that, even despite the time, we are back up to over 400 viewers. Appreciate you guys staying up with us.
I feel like some people are they're coming back in on the other end.
Not probably, definitely, right? That has to be the case for a lot of you.
They keep clicking on it. Like, is this live? Is this what happened last night?
What happened here?
Are they playing money games? How much are they playing for?
Yeah, this is a $5 call out. I did tell everybody I was going to be down here at 8:30 in the morning, getting everything set up, and boy, am I regretting that now as it just hit 4:30 in the morning. As J-Lo says, hello from the UK. Yeah, you guys are cheating. It's 9:30 in the morning there. You guys are having a nice, relaxed morning in comparison. We're having a late night over here. Miles, where have you been? I needed you.
So why do soft tippers have to have double elimination?
You know, I wondered that same question sometimes. I grew up playing Steel, so for me, it was an anomaly getting into it. I prefer a single elimination with an expanding best of series that as you get further along. But I imagine the correct answers of the original incarnation, I assume, would be more inclined because of coin drop, right? I feel like the boards would generate more money because of it. In the past, not the reason we do it, for the record.
Right. That's what I mean. So how do we, in tournament play, how do we get them off of that
standard?
I don't know, request or necessity.
Yeah.
I know words.
Listen, we've said a lot of words over a long couple hours here. And to answer your nuanced question, I don't know, make them. It's a tough habit to break. That's with a lot of things. Darts is a sport that's been around for quite some time now, and different aspects of it are very cemented. And we know the game has been changing a lot, especially in the last couple of years. I really feel like darts has kind of had a fresh breath of life into it in the last 3-4 years here. So who knows? Anything's possible. Great shot there for Mike Porterfield, by the way. Jules even giving a big nod of respect there. I feel like because Jules really is respecting Mike Porterfield's performance and really impressed by his play, I think that's what's forcing Jules to raise up his game so much. Is just not that he has disrespect or anybody, but it's really keeping him engaged in the match. He's impressed with him and wants to give him all he's got.
Well, no, I think it goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like, he's expecting it now from Mike.
Yep.
So it's not a shock, and it's not a shake your head like, oh my gosh, this guy's throwing out of his shoes. Like, Mike does it leg on leg, shot after shot. And here we go. Jules with his back against the wall once more. Has never led in this.
Jules starts off strong there, showing unwavering nature, but same thing from Mike Porterfield. Starting off with a 9 mark And this room, you couldn't even tell that they were up all day. They are engaged with this right now. They are cheering loudly. They are having so much fun with this, and everyone's excited to see what will happen here. Impressive standard.
I certainly am. These guys, I mean, that last leg was extremely impressive. It was a 5-4 plays 6
Mm-hmm.
on the 13-inch board.
Which I believe makes that our best combined average of this tournament that we had on the stream. And it happened at 4:30 in the morning.
Opening there for Jules does not take the point lead.
Would like to make it clear they are still playing through the Back in Black album in order. I know it's my favorite AC/DC album. Mike Porterfield. Everyone there just getting fired up for Mike. Great last start there from Van Dongen as well. Needed last start.
Yeah, really had to have it. Mike pointing at his head after he's thrown at a closed number.
Jules just gets the close there, getting that second house. Mike's going to be able to get everything closed up there. Jules knows that was a big second dart. Mike had to hit that to really make it hurt, and forcing Jules now to hit a big round in return. And he delivers a 7 mark for Van Dongen.
Yeah, what a shot. What a time.
What a last start there for Porterfield, too. And Jules just kind of like laughs it off, saying, like, what can I do? The kid's in. Wow, what a shot. This is some great stuff from these guys. Unfortunately, waking up right before I'm about to go to bed.
This is some of the most aggressive we've seen Porterfield play too. That's what I like about it.
Yeah, I'm loving every bit of this. I'm not going to lie. And Jules has a big misstep with that last start not connecting. Porterfield's going to make it pay. He wants to make it pay. But it goes high. Giving the shot back to Jules. Great first start. Decides to try to close from behind on that last.
Yeah, no, I like that shot. Would have gave him 4 bulls, even if worst case scenario. Porterfield comes up and closes the 15.
Jules is going to get the close and still potentially have a game shot as well.
Yep, game shot, double bull, double 19.
At first starts hanging, he's going down to 19s, and that's a big misstep, and he knows it. Had to correct on that last start. Big save, but very frustrating moments. Porterfield 3 balls away from 2 straight win in the final dip of the pro finals here in Pittsburgh. And he gets it. Everyone erupts in celebration there. Jules has a smile on his face, even though he did not win. Does still get his spot because Mike Porterfield's already qualified, and Porterfield, with what he said earlier, that King Seat win felt like one of the biggest of his career. Well, how about that? You just won the finals.
Yeah, big shots. was some of the best that we saw all day. Probably the best that we saw all day. And like you pointed out, it came at 4:30 in the morning, which is absolutely stellar. So we're gonna let these guys take their pictures. You see how elated Porterfield is. Job done for Van Dongen. These guys will take some pictures, go to bed, and do it all again in a few hours. And same for you, my friend.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'll be joined by DJ Sayer tomorrow. And it's been a pleasure calling games with you as always, Gordon. Unfortunately, my elongated bye is not going to be very elongated because it is time for us to go. So, guys, we will be live 10:45 a.m. tomorrow / really today. So we'll be back in just a moment's time, guys. Honestly, take a quick nap and we'll be here. Have a good night, everybody. See you guys tomorrow.